Good afternoon. Welcome to live coverage of the Crossroads League Championship Finals in outdoor track and field, and we have already started straight up right at 11 o'clock with the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase as they come down this stretch. I'll give you the names. In number 1, Gimray of Taylor. Number 2, Domine of Taylor. 3, Dawson of Marion. 4, Duell of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 5, Wentworth of Taylor. 6, Maynard of Bethel. 7, Dibley of Taylor. 8, Lathrop of St. Francis. 9, Eric Manchess of Huntington. 10, Logsdon of Indiana Wesleyan. 11, Fournay of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 12, Casper of Spring Arbor, and 13, Garcia of Spring Arbor. We're looking for Crossroads League record time on this event, 11:05:30, and that was met in 2014. We'll see what we have as they separate out. And again, once again, good morning. If you're joining us live on this stream, we welcome you to Crossroads League coverage of outdoor track and field championships from Indiana Wesleyan University. I'm Randall King here with the crew from WIWU-TV. Pleased to be bringing you this exclusive coverage for track and field fans. And we did kick off very efficiently, just as yesterday, right on time. So we'll be looking to go to events back to back. And it's a little chilly outside, so the steeplechase runners are probably shaking it off very quickly, but that water probably feels kind of cold. It's a brisk 52 in north central Indiana on this morning, but so far no rain. It sure looks threatening, but the forecast says it's going to hold off. And everyone on the field will be happy about that if we can get these events straight. Right now the standings looking like just what we expected as far as number 1 is Gimray of Taylor, but right behind her is number 3, Dawson of Marion. Dawson of Marion right now in the second position. See if she makes a run on Gimray of Taylor, who posted an 11:25:89 to qualify for this event. All these runners, of course, are also positioning themselves time-wise, hopefully to get a shot at the NAIA national competition, which will be later this month. Right now it's also a competition for team points and winning this Crossroads League match. So throughout the day's coverage, which should go to about 4 o'clock today, we'll try to update you on team points and where they stand. Yesterday it was a good day for the sprinters from Marion. Lots of speed on the track, and also the distance runners. Quite a competition between Taylor, which has been strong in these events from recent years, but also Indiana Wesleyan making a pretty strong showing in the 2 4x800 meter relay events. Steeplechase is a great event to get started with. It's always fun to see people navigate that hazard and keep running in the cold. Right now, Gimray putting a little bit of distance there. And still Dawson of Marion, and then Domine of Taylor is third. So Taylor, Marion, Taylor in these events. And I'm seeing also looked like a Taylor runner, number 7, Dibley, maybe moving up to the number 5 spot, number 6 spot. Get another check on that as they come around. We do hope you will spread the word about these championships being online today. Please share this information. We're on Facebook Live at WIWU-TV. Also, many of you watching on Stretch Internet via the IW Wildcats and other websites. Welcome to everyone. We've got a good day of track and field action, a lot of events almost back-to-back throughout the day for about the next 5 or 6 hours. So you want to keep it here if you like good college track and field. Now with about a quarter, or about an eighth of a lap lead is Gimray of Taylor. She's a senior. Posted an 11:25 coming in here. She would like to bring that speed down a little bit, but she's going to really be ahead of the field right now by quite a distance. A little bit of a tougher competition for 2 position as Dawson from Marion still holds to the number 2 position, and Domine from Taylor is in the 3 position. Right behind her at 5 is Wentworth of Taylor. And then the runner from Mount Vernon, Nazarene, Brooklyn Duel, right after that. So there's your 1 through 5 runners, with the pack trying to catch up. We jumped right in so quickly, you may notice different athletes and teams and coaches all over the track. Everyone was congregated. Yesterday we had the field events, many of them over in the Troyer Fieldhouse indoor because of the rain and the mud conditions. Looks like today we've got javelin going on right in the middle of the field. Did not see that yesterday. So some of those field events, we'll show you some of that coverage of it between these running events. Right now, a little bit past the halfway mark in this 3,000-meter steeplechase, and we still have May Gimray, the senior from Taylor, way out in front, running her own race.
This is our leader with 3 laps remaining.
And now easily a quarter lap past the field. Coming up to the hurdle there is Hannah Dawson of Marion. She's a junior. Looks like she's struggling a bit, but still keeping her distance on Domine of Taylor.
Of Marion, and in 3rd place right now, Domine of Taylor.
Quite a ways back now is Ariel Whitworth, the sophomore from Taylor. And it looks like right next to her, Brooklyn Duel of Mount Vernon might be in a position to come up and take that 4th spot if she has this final kick left in her as they come up, probably on about 3 laps to go on the 3,000-meter steeplechase. .755 in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. May Gimray, now of Taylor, pretty far out in front.
Did she get the accident here?
No, she was spring break. It was the last day of spring break.
At home.
Yes, at home.
She has quite a lead on the rest of the field. Still in the number 2 position, Dawson of Marion.
Still running in 2nd is Dawson of Marion. 3rd place, Domine of Taylor. All with 2 laps remaining.
2 laps remaining in this 3,000-meter steeplechase. Kicking off our coverage of the Crossroads League Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Positioning for national competition is on the line today as the runners try to get their best times, but also the team competition very much in play. While we're wrapping up this race, bell lap now, 1 lap to go for May Gimray of Taylor. See what kind of a time she posts. Again, she did an 11:25 on this event to qualify for her seating. Now at 9:51, she could be in a position to really post a significantly better time there.
Keep an eye on Gimray's time. The conference record is 11:05.
Once again, the conference record 11:05:30. That was set in 2014, so a 5-year record there. See what May Gimray has in store for this Crossroads League. matchup here.
Oh, they come up a lot, yeah. And then football too. My son's playing football, so
They know this
they
trick
know
very
the trick well. That's right.
You're blessed to have. Yes, right.
And there comes our leader, Gimray. May Gimray, 11:08:37. So that will be off the record mark for the Crossroads League, but still a very, very strong finish. She came in with 11:25 to qualify here and was the best time in the field, hence the #1 seeding. So to post an 11:08:37 will really set her up well. Domine comes in third for Taylor University. Second would be Dawson of Marion. All right, as they wrap up here in the 3,000-meter steeplechase, we'll give you a heads up of what is coming the rest of the afternoon. A little push there by the runner from Huntington. Looks like that's Eric Manches. Little kick there at the end. And it's going to be pretty exciting coming up really in about 8 or 9 minutes, the women's 4x100 relay. 4x100 relay, so we'll get a final for the relay right off the bat here this morning. We'll see some kind of sprint action, see if the Marion Knights can continue their performance in the speed. Right now the ladies finishing up, trying to get their times here in for the 3,000-meter steeplechase. All right, as we continue our coverage here, as we get ready for the men's 4x100 relay, we'll show you some javelin and the hammer throw, which is quite a distance from the track over here. You can kind of see a little bit of a reach for our cameras, but our camera operator is very happy to be that far away from the hammer. And a little bit of the women's javelin competition. All of these are finals, so we'll let you enjoy this bonus coverage as we wait for the lineups for the 4x100.
Once again, Spring Arbor, lane 2, Mount Vernon, lane 3, Bethel, lane 4, Marion, lane 5, Taylor, lane 6, Indiana Wesleyan, lane 7, Grace, lane 8, and Huntington, lane number 9.
Here we go for the women's 4x100 relay. Spring Arbor, Mount Vernon, Bethel, Marion, Taylor, Indiana Wesleyan, Grace, and Huntington, lanes 1 through 9 respectively. Good start. Off and running 4x100. Spring Arbor on the inside lane. These are not seeded 1 through 9 with the fastest, so your faster teams are going to be in the middle of the pack. Right now, fastest women's speed is going to be a 48.09 by Marion. Clean handoffs as we come around to the third leg of it. Marion looking out. That looks like Marion as we come down the stretch, and Marion takes it. Marion has the lead. You're looking at speed from Marion. Right now it's a race for number 2 with Indiana Wesleyan right there on them. And we come across the line. Marion 2, Indiana Wesleyan 2, Taylor 3 unofficially. Marion, Indiana Wesleyan, and Taylor. Nice, clean, fast race, what we expected after seeing what the Marion sprinters did yesterday. No surprise, they've got one of the fastest relay teams. They executed that one really, really well. Unofficial time, 49.87, 49.87. Crossroads League record set in 2011 is 47.32. Now we set up for the men's 4x100.
It's 41.53, the B standard 41.99, and the Crossroads League record established 3 years ago by Marion with a clocking 41.03. Third and final call, men's 4x100 meter.
There's that finish. Great camera work today. Yesterday they were running on the opposite side of the track because of the wind. Today we can give you both the coming towards us view and also the finish line view, just in case we get something that's a little closer than that one in terms of finishing. Right, a few more minutes, we will have the men's 4x100 relay. And as this continues, we remind you hammer and javelin are still going on the field. Finals in both of those. Show you a little bit of that as we can. There's your finish line view in case we get a photo finish. Not true in that one, but still an excellent replay angle of that 4x100 relay. Always an exciting event. See what kind of speed those teams can put together, plus the execution of the handoff, which is not automatic. You got to practice that. It's got to be efficient, and you can't drop it. And if you pay attention, that's even happened at the Olympics. There's been drops of the baton. Now you're watching bonus coverage of the hammer throw, which is at the far distance from our facility here at Indiana Wesleyan University. We'll let you watch some of that as we get ready for the 4x100 men's relay.
good. Looks like we're on the same team. Yeah, we are. A little cooler today. I wasn't here yesterday, so our granddaughter, she and Marie.
All right, we're getting ready for the men's 4x100 relay. As you rejoin us here from Indiana Wesleyan University, you're watching some bonus coverage of the javelin finals for the women and the men's hammer throw. Let's give you the starting lineups for the teams for the 4x100 relay as they find their positions. In lane 2, Mount Vernon Nazarene. In lane 3, Grace. In lane 4, Huntington. In lane 5, Marion. Lane 6 will be Bethel. Lane 7, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 8, Goshen. And lane 9, Spring Arbor. Times to beat. Crossroads League record set in 2016 by Marion is 41.03. 41.03. Marion has posted a 41.24 to qualify for this. So we'll be watching a competition right in the middle in lanes 5 and 6. Marion and Bethel. Marion with a 41.24 to qualify, seeding, and Bethel with a 41.40. Those will probably be the two teams to watch in lanes 5 and 6.
Good in 3. Are we good in 2?
And again, Marion has posted a lower mark,
Still red in 1.
or close to a lower mark, just about 21 hundredths off the pace. So we could see a record here, weather conditions permitting. We could see a record here set by Marion if they want to beat Marion's own record set in 2016 of 41.03.
Okay, we are now all set in 1. We're still red in the second exchange zone. We are okay in number 3.
Just getting the teams into position here all across the track.
We are now good for the starter, Mr. Matfield.
And we're getting ready for the starting gun.
On your mark.
Keep your eyes on lane 5 and 6. Looking for the gold and blue and the white and blue of Bethel, the gold and blue of Marion. Clean start. And they will close the gap up to the first exchange point. Marion's right in the middle. Looks to be clean exchanges across the board. Bit of a surge from Bethel, but the Marion runner is closing the gap here as they come up to the third area. Third area, Bethel still out in the lead, but Marion closing fast. Closing fast, final exchange here as we come down the home stretch. They close that gap. Bethel is still challenging, but Marion runners, Marion's speed continues. Marion pulls it on through. A strong finish to the end. It looks like Marion, Bethel, and Huntington. Marion, Bethel, Huntington. And Marion and Bethel pushing each other all the way through. We'll see what kind of a mark we get. A 4:1.26. A 4:1.26. That does not set a new record, but Marion came really close to its qualifying time of 4:1.24.
Winners of the Crossroads League men's 4x100 meter relay.
Both of those marks will equal the NAIA standards to qualify at the national level. So these teams will probably, a number of these teams will see action later this month in the NAIA championships.
First call men's 1500 1,500-meter
Here's that
run.
finish. Marion and Bethel just pushing each other. What a great race by Bethel. And there's the difference between the two. Great camera work there and great work on the replay from the crew. And you can just kind of see that finish. I think I'd like to see that again because that last stretch, Bethel just pushed it so many different ways. Really ran a great race considering the advantage Marion had coming in here. Congratulations to both of those teams. Bethel score a 4:1.40. Marion a 4:1.26. We get another look at that as the competitors from Marion and Bethel. Just what you expected, that burst of speed at the end there for Marion. And then the finish.
We have 17 entrants.
No challenge there, but
Miller
as far
of
as
Wesleyan,
being too close.
Smith of Taylor,
But what a
Holstra
great
of
race
Taylor,
from these
White
competitors.
of Taylor, Brooks of Grace,
Well, we'll get ready in
Wilkins of Marion,
about 7 or 8 more
Escamilla
minutes. We'll have the
of
men's
Goshen,
3,000-meter
Cologne
steeplechase.
of Spring
Joined us
Arbor,
early. We were
Hardy of Taylor,
jumped right in with
Hankey
the
of Bethel,
women's 3,000-meter
Horman of
steeplechase.
St. Francis,
Hopefully some of those
Burke of
ladies are
Bethel,
warmed up and dried off
Allen
because
of
the water's
Marion,
cold, because it's
Soto
cold
Lozada
outside.
of
So give us
Marion,
about
Yoder
6 or
of
7
Mount
minutes. We'll
Vernon
be back with
Nazarene,
that. In the meantime, we'll give you
Basil
some
of
bonus
Huntington,
coverage
and
as the
Joy
javelin and
of
hammer
Indiana Wesleyan,
continue
your
in
entrance.
their finals.
The men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Here are your meet scores through the 4x1 relay. For the women, 9th place Grace with 5 points. In 8th place Huntington with 7. In 7th place St. Francis with 9. In 6th place Spring Arbor with 24.5. In 5th place Bethel with 32. 4th place Mount Vernon Nazarene with 38. And your top 3 teams in the women's competition. In 3rd place, Marion with 69 points. In 2nd place, Taylor with 80 points. And your meet leader, Indiana Wesleyan with 86.5 points. In the men's competition, in 9th place, again through the 4x1 relays, Spring Arbor in 9th with 8. Tied for 7th, Goshen and Huntington each with 12. In 6th place, Taylor with 20. In 5th place, Grace with 22. In 4th place, Mount Vernon Nazarene with 31. And for the men, your top 3 teams. In 3rd place, Marion, 50.5. 2nd place, Indiana Wesleyan, 71. And your meet leader, Bethel, with 85.5 points.
While we're watching some bonus field coverage here, let's give you the updated team scores because we remind you this is for team championships as well as individual marks. So here are the men at this point, the top men's scores, and this is through the 2 4x100 relay races. Bethel is your top team for the men with 85.5 points. Indiana Wesleyan 71 points. Marion 50.5, and Mount Vernon Nazarene is 31. On the women's side, Indiana Wesleyan, with a great showing yesterday, is at 86.5 points, closely followed by Taylor, 80 points. Marion with 69 points, Mount Vernon Nazarene 38, and Bethel 32. We'll try to update those for you throughout the afternoon, but right now, as the team competition continues, the men, Bethel by about 12 or 13 points, and Indiana Wesleyan on the women's side by about 6.5 points. Close competition on the women's team with Indiana Wesleyan and Taylor.
Well, I know Blues bracket. This would be fun. And then this needs to be income is the other way. Yeah, I mean, this is just this program. This is empty. I know some of the triple switches can be something. If that's broken, the only thing is
A reminder, in and around the the track. If you are a non-competing athlete, we need you to please move outside of the track area. Thank you.
All right, as we continue competition here, let's give you the competitors in the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase, which will kick off here in about a minute. Number 1, Landon Miller with the best qualifying time of Indiana Wesleyan. Number 2, Hunter Smith of Taylor. Number 3, Zach Hoekstra of Taylor. Number 4, Connor White of Taylor. Number 5, Elijah Brooks of Grace. Number 6, Mac Wilgus of Marion. Number 7, Salvador Escamilla of Goshen. Number 8, Jimmy Colon of Goshen. Number 9, Hardy of Taylor as they kick it off. 10, Hankey of Bethel. 11, Corman of St. Francis. Number 12, Burke of Bethel. 13, Allen of Marion. 14, Soto Lozada of Marion. 15, Yoder of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 16, Cody Feisel of Huntington. And 17, Joy of Indiana Wesleyan. Men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Right off the bat, Hunter Smith and Landon Miller of Taylor and Indiana Wesleyan respectively. Staying close, pacing each other. Right behind them, number 4th position is Connor White of Taylor. So right now you've got all Grant County in the 1 through 4 position. 3-1 favor of Taylor. But Landon Miller with the best qualifying time, probably pacing himself, keeping tabs on Hunter Smith, and thinking about when he makes that run. Times to beat here, 9:15.83. 9:15.83 is the Crossroads League record set in 2001. Miller of Indiana Wesleyan posted a 9:24.29 to get his number 1 seeding in this mark. All these athletes going after NAIA standards. The A standard is a 9:24. Miller was close to that as we see them go through the water hazard. Again, very chilly day, 52 degrees outside. And a little bit breezy. We'll be feeling that probably for another half lap, and then they'll just shake it off. The B standard for NAIA qualification is 9:32. So right now, Miller and Smith, 1 and 2, just flipping their seating. They were seated 1 and 2 with Miller being 1. Right now, he's going to let Hunter Smith block a little wind for him and just keep tabs on him unless Smith can get some separation here. Miller pacing himself. Right now, you're 1, 2, and 3 fairly closely grouped. About 7 more minutes in this race, so it's too early to make a move yet. You got to think Landon Miller is not going to let Hunter Smith get too far out of his sights. He wants to have that closing speed. These competitors in the Crossroads League, they see each other quite a bit. They know each other. They know race strategies, especially the top level. I'm sure Miller and Smith know what kind of runs they have in them. So you've got Miller and Smith keeping close. Right now, a little separation there for Zach Hoekstra of Taylor. Hunter Smith, a junior. Landon Miller, a sophomore. Smith and Miller still 1 and 2, now getting quite a bit of separation as they come through the water hazard cleanly. These two runners are probably going to pace each other. Again, familiarity. They'd like to win for themselves, they'd like to win for their team, but they're also trying to get that NAIA standard time.
White of Taylor still in third. Fourth place belongs to Hoekstra of Taylor.
And there's Connor White of Taylor in 3rd position, and Hoekstra in 5th position of Taylor. So you've got Taylor 1 through 4 with Landon Miller of Indiana Wesleyan still holding on in that 2nd position. Really, those two are taking their time and getting separation from the pack. You've just got to wonder when Landon Miller makes that move. Both runners looking very comfortable now, as a little bit past the halfway mark. Once again, league record set in 2001, 9:15.83. Haven't seen a record yet broken today. We've come close with the Marion runners.
Hunter Smith,
Landon Miller now. Looks like maybe he's still drafting a little bit behind Hunter Smith. Credit to Hunter Smith for going out early and keeping that lead.
Right now are Hoekstra and White.
And it looks like Mac Wilgus of Marion makes a move to get to 3rd position in front of the 2 Taylor runners who are close behind. Miller and Smith way out in front. Almost about 1/8 of the track now. It's going to be these two down the stretch and everyone else. Actually pretty knotted up there in the 3rd position as the 2 Taylor runners now jump right in front of Marion, Mac Wilgus. .640 in this mark as they come down the stretch. And we're coming up on 2 laps to go. Miller makes his move. He's been drafting, and with 2 laps to go, he goes out in front, and we'll see what Hunter Smith has. He knew he was back there most of the time, so let's see what these 2 runners who we expected to be in the lead, let's see what they do strategy-wise. Coming up on this bell lap, looks like Smith tries to go a little bit on the outside. Landon Miller still out in front, now drafting for Smith. Really, the way they're knotted up there, either runner who has a kick could go ahead here in this bell lap. About another quarter to go, and then we'll be on the final lap. Come through the water hazard clean, and Smith goes back in front now.
Coming down the home stretch with 1 lap to go.
Don't know if that was a move that Smith made in the water hazard or he was just already ahead, but Miller seems to be fine with that and maybe fading a bit as they come up on the bell lap. Hunter Smith still looks good. Now we just see if either of them has something left. Hunter Smith looks strong. Looks like he's looked throughout most of this matchup. He came in about 4 seconds slower qualifying time than Miller, but Miller really does seem to get some distance now, or Smith gets some distance on Miller. And I don't see Landon Miller finding that last little bit of energy he needs here at the end. So we'll watch the time. Again, the league record, 9:15. Probably not going to match that. But Miller put in a 9:24. Both would like to come in 9:24 or faster for the NAIA National A standard. But Hunter Smith, after being taken in on 2 laps to go, now really gets ahead of Landon Miller. And he knows it as he comes down the stretch. As a matter of fact, he's stretching it out even further, showing what energy he has. Your winner, Hunter Smith of Taylor University, and Landon Miller far back. 9:23.99, 9:23.99 unofficially for Hunter Smith, and 9:34.18 for Miller. And that looks like Smith may have cleared his qualifying time by a full 5 seconds. He got a 9:28.86. So you've still got 1 through 4. Taylor with Landon Miller there in second position for Indiana Wesleyan. And the rest of the runners finish up.
7th place goes to Escamilla of Goshen and a final finish for 8th.
Congratulations to Hunter Smith of Taylor. Probably his season's best time of 9:23.99. He just got in underneath that NAIA A standard. Hunter Smith will probably get a chance to do this again at the NAIA Nationals.
Yeah, tell him we said what's up and praying for him. Hope he's having us. Is that 2 weeks, right? Is that 2 weeks, right?
About 10 days.
And the runners will still finish up. And we'll get ready for our next track event. Coming up in about 4 minutes will be the women's 1,500 meters. So we'll let you see these racers finish up. And we'll be back with you for that start.
Third and final call for the women's 1,500-meter run. Third and final call, women's 1,500-meter run. Second call, men's 1,500-meter run. Second call, men's 1,500-meter run. First call, women's 100-meter hurdle. First call, women's 100-meter hurdle.
See that finish now. Hunter Smith finishing strong. Kind of knew he was close to that 9:24, so he got in just under it. And Landon Miller will probably be at Nationals as well, but today he will take second place to his Grant County counterpart.
And the Crossroads League record was set last year by Black with a clocking of 439.80. Here are your entrants for the first section of the women's 1,500-meter run. King of Bethel, Dudley of Marion, Vasquez of Marion, Thayer of Bethel, Crosley of Taylor, Burdett of St. Francis, Gehring of Mount Vernon Nazarene, Howell of Mount Vernon Nazarene, Plastow of Grace, of the women's 1,500-meter run.
All right, as you continue to watch women's javelin coverage, let's get you ready for the women's 1,500 meters. There will be 2 races here. It is a final, but we have so many runners. There will be 2 races, 2 different heats, and then they'll run the times together for the winners. So we'll let you know as we prepare for that start in about a minute. Here are the places for section 1, race 1, that starts here at 11:55. Number 1 qualifier, King of Bethel. Number 2, Dudley of Marion. Number 3, Vasquez of Marion. Number 4, Taylor of Bethel. 5, Crossley of Taylor. 6, Burdett of St. Francis. 7, Gehring of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 8, Kennedy Howe of Mount Vernon Nazarene. And they do start off with a clean start. Let's continue that. Lane 9, Plasto of Grace. Lane 10, Fox of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 11, Graber of Goshen. 12, Bickford of Goshen. 13, Perez Takaya of St. Francis. 14, Herring of Marion. 15, Whedon of Taylor. 1,500-meter race for the women. This is one of 2 races, but they are all finals. Clumped together as they come about halfway through the grandstand where they will finish. Right now, Marion's runner, Isabel Vasquez, in the front. It looks like Abigail Crossley of Taylor is in the 2 position. And a runner from Grace, who's not made a lot of noise here in this competition, Heather Plasto, right now in 3rd, but the pack is pretty clumped up. Vasquez of Marion, the sophomore, running closely right now with position 15, Whedon of Taylor. Runners staying together for the most part, this section of the track. Probably see a little more separation as they come across for the final lap. Looking for times somewhere in the neighborhood of 4:36 to 4:42 for the NAIA standards. The league record is 4:39. Now kind of an unexpected seating. The 15 of Taylor, that's Madeline Whedon, right out in front, and the two competitors from Marion right behind her. So that will be Vasquez of Marion in the 2 position and Dudley of Marion in the 3 position. Next to last lap. And still a little bit of surprise as Whedon stays out in front of the pack. She did not have a qualifying time posted. Not always an sometimes that's just a statistical variation, doesn't mean she may not be competitive. We've seen that in a couple of different races in these league championships. So right now the 2 runners from Marion keeping pace, and the 4 and 5 position also keeping pace. There's your pack, and then a lot of separation between those and what's left. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as they enter this bell lap. So you've got Whedon, 1. Now Dudley. Now Dudley of Marion making a move on Whedon. Rojas fading after leading this race. Runners from Bethel and St. Francis in the pack as well. Now we're down to the bell lap. Whedon and Dudley, staying close, jumping back and forth. We'll see when they try to make a move, if they've got a move in them. Again, Whedon's from Taylor University. She was seated 15th without a qualifying time, but she has run a very good race. As they come down the stretch, we're now seeing a move from Dudley. Lots of separation. Marion, Taylor, I believe that looks like St. Francis there in the 3 position. Dudley does have the kick she needs. She comes down the stretch. I think that's going to be Burdett of St. Francis in the 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken. No, a move now by number 4, Taylor of Bethel. So Dudley, your winner of Marion with a 5:14.23 unofficially, followed by Whedon of Taylor at a 5:15.59. And then Taylor of Bethel, 5:16.91. 5:14.23, excellent mark. So these runners today bested their qualifying times, almost all of them. But the league record in this event, 4:39.80. Remind you, we've got another race coming up in the 1,500 meters, and that will start momentarily once these runners complete. We expect this second group to be much faster. This group, the fastest time was Dudley at 5:14. This second group, the faster group coming in, has Rachel Blagg of Taylor, who has posted a 4:40. NAIA standard, A standard to qualify 4:36.50. The B standard is 4:42. So we'll be looking at possible national qualifiers in this second.
1,500-meter run. Here are your entrants: Blagg of Taylor, Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan, Simon of Indiana Wesleyan, Gerber of Mount Vernon Nazarene, Hernandez of St. Francis, Mitchell of Huntington, Demeen of Taylor, Norris of Huntington, Van Dyke of Indiana Wesleyan.
There you see Monica Dudley winning this race. Again, winning her section of the race, probably will just be placing because the second group is much faster. So let's give you the competitors in this second group as they line up. Section 2, position 1, Blagg of Taylor. She's posted a 4:40.39. 2, Erica Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan. 3, Simek of Indiana Wesleyan. 4, Gerber of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 5, Hernandez of St. Francis. 6, Mitchell of Huntington. 7, Domine of Taylor, and there they start. 8, Norris of Huntington. 9, Van Dyke of Indiana Wesleyan. 10, Chonyaki of Huntington. 11, Harper of Spring Arbor. 12, Boyes of Spring Arbor. 13, Von Gunton of Huntington. 14, McEllis of Spring Arbor. And 15, Campbell of Bethel. Good start as they run their 1,500 meter race. Again, the time to look for somewhere in the neighborhood of 4:40 would be an excellent race for this second group. And very early going out is number 3, Sterling Simek, the freshman from Indiana Wesleyan. She's making an early statement. Right back there is Rachel Blagg of Taylor, the fastest qualifying time. So Simek, the freshman, going out very, very fast ahead of the pack. We'll see if the pack comes to her or if she goes out ahead of them and stays ahead of them. Very aggressive race strategy there by Sterling Simek, who ran a 4:45 to qualify for this event, or to seed for this event. Again, this is the faster group of the two, and we will take the times from both races to determine final standings. Remind you again, in the team standings, Indiana Wesleyan is in a very close competition with Taylor on the women's side. So in addition to their own individual times, these athletes are running for team points and Crossroads League championships at the end of the day. Sterling Simek still out in front. Pack is trying to catch her. See what kind of strategy she has. The freshman is running strong. Rachel Blagg of Taylor, 2. Back there is Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan and Hernandez of St. Francis. They are in 2, 3, and 4 position, and then a lot of separation there after that. Rachel Blagg now takes the lead, as you see there, coming through that backstretch. Sterling Simek fades after going out very, very fast. Well, right now, Karen Hernandez keeping pace somewhat with Rachel Blagg. And then we drop with the 2 Indiana Wesleyan runners at 3 and 4, way back after Simek takes the early lead. Bell lap now. Rachel Blagg back strong. Hernandez of St. Francis. And 3 and 4, the 2 runners from Indiana Wesleyan, Stutzman and Simek. We'll be watching Rachel Blagg's time. She maintains this lead. She has posted a 4:40 and 39 tenths. See if she has the best mark of the day. She's probably going to win this race with the lead that she has now, but it's all about the time. In the previous grouping, I believe the best run was a 5:14. So this group will probably have most of your winners and placeholders for the day. But right now it's all about time, trying to get qualified for nationals and also win for her team. Rachel Blagg with a kick towards the end. She ran a steady race. She knew when to make her move, and she knew the others would falter. But right now, Erica Stutzman in number 2 position is going to make a move on Hernandez, and Stutzman with a strong kick at the end. She comes in second. Hernandez of St. Francis in third. Blagg of Taylor, 4:39.71, so she beats her own best this season. Comes in at the 4:39 mark. And Stutzman in second, also posting a good time for Indiana Wesleyan. Great finish there in the 2 and 3 spots. Good second place finish for Indiana Wesleyan over St. Francis, putting them contending still for the points totals. Again, on the women's side, a very strong competition between Indiana Wesleyan and Taylor.
Congratulations to the pinners of Rachel Blagg as they narrow Crossroads lead.
Here's that finish, Rachel Blagg coming in at 4:39. 7-1.
Breaking the record set last year of 4:39.80.
And we're hearing from PA announcer Jim Brunner that beats last year's posting. It's not an all-time Crossroads League record, but it is a strong finish. Check that. It was the league record last year, 4:39.8, so she apparently broke her own record. She broke her own record with a 4:39.71. Congratulations to Rachel Blagg there of Taylor, posting a new Crossroads League record. Might be the first record we've seen in this competition, at least at the league level.
The league qualifying time is 3:56.50, and the Crossroads League record was established in 1999 by Rock. The time of 3:51.46.
Okay, we'll set up now for the men's competition in the 1,500 meters, same race that you've seen. We'll have 2 groups in this as well. Here is Group 1. Position 1, Marhefka of Grace. Position 2, Zetas of Huntington. Position 3, Treader of Marion. 4, Montgomery of Taylor. 5, Dunn of St. Francis. 6, Creech of Spring Arbor. 7, Halbakken of Grace. 8, Contreras of Bethel. 9, Kipradich of Goshen. 10, Wise of Goshen. 11, Williams of Mount Vernon. 12, Wergow of Spring Arbor. 13, Eagleson of Bethel. 14, Adkins of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 15, Pilarski of St. Francis. And 16, Platt of Spring Arbor. Once again, this first group will be the slower group. Fastest qualifying time is a 4:19. Crossroads League record is a 3:51. And we're starting. Coming down the stretch, the runner from Grace leading. Blake, check that. Marhefka, is it Marhefka? Yeah, the number 1 seed in this grouping. Marhefka of Grace, but the runners all staying close together.
This is now Bryson Treader of Marion taking the lead with 11.5 to go.
Bell lap, you see Bryson Treader of Marion with the comfortable lead ahead of the pack. We'll watch his time. He posted a 4:21.14 to qualify. Coming down the stretch now, a move now by Spring Arbor. Caleb Krish of Spring Arbor with the move there down the back stretch. He's going to win this meet, this section, with a 4:18.78. So much better time than he posted coming in with a 4:25. Great race for him. The second group, which will start momentarily, a lot of runners posting under 4 minutes. So the faster group race will be coming up as we watch this section of the 1500 finish up.
Now to introduce you to the second section of runners in the men's 1500-meter run. Ott of Indiana Wesleyan in the #1 slot. Genty of Huntington. Howard of Indiana Wesleyan. Hamlin of Grace. Gerber of Taylor. Maxim of Indiana Wesleyan. Kabuncha of Goshen. Bird of Taylor. Van Prien of Taylor. Hogan of Indiana Wesleyan. Menyez of Mount Vernon Nazarene.
Okay, now we'll have section 2 of the men's 1500 meter. I'll give you these starting positions. Again, they are seeded by qualifying times posted this season. In the #1 position will be Ott of Indiana Wesleyan. #2, Genty of Huntington. #3, Howard of Indiana Wesleyan. #4, Hamlin of Grace. 5, Gerber of Taylor. 6, Maxon of Indiana Wesleyan. #7, Kibunja of Goshen. #8, Bird of Taylor. #9, Van Prien of Taylor. #10, Huggett of Indiana Wesleyan. #11, Menuez. As they start, Mount Vernon Nazarene. #12, Fierick of Marion. #13, Hendricks of Huntington. #14, Elias of Goshen. #15, Feldposh of Spring Arbor. And #16, Luke Smith of Grace. Good start for this section grouping. Again, we expect this group to come in with times under 4 minutes. Top competitor coming in is Stephen Ott, a freshman of Indiana Wesleyan. He posted a 3:57.38. The league record is a 3:51.46. That was set in 1999. So we may not see something quite that fast, but it'll be interesting to see what some of these top finishers have coming in to this race.
Come up there!
Ben Bird of Taylor after 1 lap. He's in the 8th position, but makes a move strong there at the beginning. See if he can maintain that in the women's 1500. Young lady from the freshman from Indiana Wesleyan went out strong first at the pack. A little bit of jumbling now, jockeying for position, but the pack really stays together here through this first couple of laps. Looking also at Chris Maxson, who ran yesterday in the 10,000. These runners very competitive, at least through these first 2 laps. The pack staying together. Keeping an eye on each other. Stephen Ott again, number 1 seed coming in. He makes a move now. You've got Bird of Taylor and Ott 1 and 2. But it's anyone's race at this point because they are all staying very, very close. Close race here now as we come up in these early laps, not quite halfway through. And we see the Huntington racer, Adrian Gentee, now goes out ahead of the pack. He's going to run an aggressive race and see what the pack will do with that. Last time we saw this happen in the women's, someone went out quickly and then faded fast. Right now, the Huntington racer is going to go for it. Right behind him is Gerber, the sophomore of Taylor. Not quite right behind him. He's back there with the pack.
Good job, Aaron!
And they're coming into the bell lap now. We'll see just what Adrian Gentee of Huntington is going to do. He's being chased. Van Pruyen of Taylor, the freshman, is trying to chase him from the 2 spot. Catches up. So you've got Huntington 1, Taylor 2, Taylor 2 and 3. And then back there you've got Ott of Indiana Wesleyan now making a move from the outside. This is going to be a close finish, everyone, for a 1500. Look at Ott going very, very strong. Taylor, Indiana Wesleyan, Huntington, all close together. Ott's pushing it, but he's being challenged there. It's going to be a finish for Daniel Gerber of Taylor. Ott pushed it very, very strong right there at the end, but Gerber with the kick he needed as Ott faded. Great race for these 2 competitors, all of them posting just a little bit over 4 minutes. Gerber of Taylor with a 4:02.38. And Bird of Taylor, check that, it said Ott finished 2, but Ott actually finishes 3rd unofficially. And Bird of Taylor with a 4:02.76. So Taylor 1, 2, and then Ott from Indiana Wesleyan unofficially 3rd. Get a look at that finish again, and Taylor and Indiana Wesleyan folks were going crazy in the stands. A lot of credit there to Gerber for that finish, and then you see Taylor getting 2 as Ott just loses whatever energy he had on that stretch. So Gerber of Taylor, and then Ben Bird of Taylor, 1 and 2. And you just don't usually see a 1,500-meter race that stays that close all the way through. Congratulations to the runners from Taylor, and also for Stephen Ott for running a very aggressive race, getting 3rd for Indiana Wesleyan. Here's where you can see the fans cheering, some of the Indiana Wesleyan teammates cheering on. On the infield, the Taylor team was running into position, and you see how that finish goes. You don't always hear the crowd getting into a track event quite that much because you rarely have a distance event that ends that close. What a great finish to this race. Now we're going to set up for the women's 100-meter hurdle, scheduled to start, well, we're scheduled to start at 12:20, so for the first time today, we're a little bit behind schedule, but may make something up here. Women's 100-meter hurdles. So we'll give you these starting positions now. as they set up for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Well, it'll take us a few minutes to set these hurdles up. Yesterday, they were on the other side of the track. So we'll watch as they get the hurdles in position. We'll take a short break here, and then we'll come back once the hurdles are up, and we'll announce those starting positions for you. Okay, it appears the hurdles are set. So we'll give you the women's 100-meter hurdles qualifiers, who we'll be seeing here. Women's 100-meter hurdles in lane 1, Tuttle of Bethel. In lane 2, Spencer of Bethel. In lane 3, Bechtel of Indiana Wesleyan. In lane 4, Ruby of Mount Vernon Nazarene. In lane 5, Teisaka of Taylor. In lane 6, Mills of Marion. Lane 7, Machino of Spring Arbor. Lane 8, Richardson of Indiana Wesleyan. And lane 9, Wright of Indiana Wesleyan. As usual with the running events, the faster competitors will be in the middle of the pack. So keep your eyes on lane 5 and 6, Teiseka of Taylor and Mills of Marion. Teiseka has posted a 14.47 for Taylor. League championship, league record, her own league record last year, 14.55 for Teiseka. Or last name Sekua. Apologies to our Taylor viewers if I got that wrong. We'll see if she can beat her own record, the NAIA standard. The A standard is a 14.6. She is beneath that. So she's probably already in position to qualify for national championships in Gulf Shores, Alabama later this month. Women's 100-meter hurdles. We're back in our conventional position today. For those who saw this yesterday, we were on the other side of the track because of wind. This time they'll be coming towards us and crossing the finish line in front of our cameras here. So we'll get set for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Clean start in the hurdles. Watch in the middle for Sakua of Taylor. Running strong against Marion. She's gonna win it. She's gonna beat it if she can finish what her time is. And Sakua unofficially 14.32. 14.32. Unofficially a new Crossroads League record. Congratulations to Plencite Sakua of Taylor.
Saka of Taylor with a meet record of 14.32.
Saka of Taylor, a new meet record, Crossroads League record, probably puts her in great position for the national championship. Great finish there, and we'll set up for the men's 110-meter. Mills of Marion in second place on that race.
First call men's 400-meter dash. Our next running event on the track will be the men's 110-meter hurdle. The NAIA standard is 14.75. The B standard is 14.95, and the Crossroads League record was established back in 1998 by Youngstrom in a time of 13.85. Here are your men entrants.
Here's that finish on replay. Saka of Taylor just with a strong finish, setting that record. And then Marion and Spring Arbor in the 2 and 3 position. Well, let's update you on the team standings. This is through the 1,500-meter races. And then we'll get you set up for the men's 110-meter races. Your top 3 point getters on the men's side are Taylor in the 3 position with 66 points. Bethel in second with 85.5, and 1 point, actually a half point ahead, Indiana Wesleyan men. This was as of the 1,500-meter race. Indiana Wesleyan men in the lead with 86 points. On the women's side, a little more separation. Marion and Indiana Wesleyan tied up at 2 and 3. Marion at 99, and Indiana Wesleyan 100.5, and Taylor 108 points. And that was before that 100-meter hurdles was run. So Taylor picking up more points there. Now we're getting ready for the men's 110-meter hurdles. We'll set the hurdles a little bit differently for this. And we'll give you this lineup for the men in just a moment.
Once again, for workers and coaches, we do have lunch for you up here in the press box. Thank you. Edwards of Huntington Lane 1, Myers of Marion Lane 2, Barnett of Marion Lane 3, Worship of Huntington Lane 4, Anthony Taylor Lane 5, Griffin of Bethel Lane 6, Lapeer of Spring Arbor Lane 7, Mitchell of Marion Lane 8, Bollinger of Bethel Lane 9.
Okay, getting ready for the men's 110-meter hurdles. We'll give you the lane assignments as the competitors get their places. Lane 2, Myers of Marion. Lane 3, Barnett of Marion. Lane 4, Worsham of Huntington. Lane 5, Anthony of Taylor. Lane 6, Griffith of Bethel. Lane 7, Lamphere of Spring Arbor. Lane 8, Mitchell of Marion. And lane 9, Bollinger of Bethel. Be looking for fast times from Anthony of Taylor. Right in the middle, he posted a 14.89 this season coming into this event. Men's 110-meter hurdles. Unless he falls, Anthony probably won't be challenged based on qualifying times, but lots of things can happen in competition. Clean start. Oh, check that. False start. Not sure where the difference was, but they'll line it up and try it again. Here we get a look at the false start. Looks like it was lane 8. Runner from Marion, a little quick off the gun. So they'll line up, give it another shot. Clean start, men's 110 meters. Look for Anthony to make a move strong. There he is right in the middle. Clean across all the hurdles. Anthony being challenged by Bethel, but looks like he's going to finish strong. Bethel 2, if I saw it right. Huntington 3. Caleb Anthony of Taylor, 14.81. 14.81. Coming in below his mark. Set for qualifying 14.89. Great finish for Caleb Anthony of Taylor.
Second place goes to Griffith of Bethel and Worship of Huntington in third. Third and final call for the women's 400-meter run. Third and final call, women's 400-meter run. Second call, men's 400-meter run. Second call, men's 400-meter run. First call, women's 100-meter dash. First call, women's 100-meter dash. We'll be running the women's 400 meters in 3 sections today. The A standard is 56.90. The B standard is 57.36. And the meet record was established in 1998 by Kyle with a time of 56.72. Here are your entrants for the first section of the women's 400 meters. Solis of Taylor in lane 4. The Troopy of Mount Vernon Nazarene in lane 5. McNeil, Spring Arbor, lane 6. Get a reminder for workers and coaches throughout the rest of the afternoon, we now have food available for you here in the press box. Thank you. Ready for the first section of the women's 400 meters. Taking the early lead, this is Anna Solis of Taylor, halfway through the first section of the 400-meter run for the ladies. Winner of the first section, that is Anna Solis. Time of 1:02. Here are your entrants for the second section of the women's 400-meter run. Lane 2, Vaughn of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 3, Dayton of Marion. Lane 4, Malson of Grace. Lane 5, Donna of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Collier of Goshen. Lane 7, Adam of Huntington. Lane 8, Meade of Mount Vernon Naz. And Lane 9, Glaze of Spring Arbor.
cardio.
On your marks. Set.
Go cardio. Let's go cardio.
Second section of the women's 400 meters. This is Duna. Indiana Wesleyan in the middle of the track, running very strong with 200 meters to go.
Go cardio. Slide move. Go cardio. Way go cardio.
Your winner in the second section, Cardia Duna of Indiana Wesleyan, with just a time of just over 1 minute.
Way go cardio.
Here are your entrants for the third and final section of the women's 400-meter dash. In lane 1, Morgan of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 2, Janaki of Huntington. Lane 3, Gibson of Marion. Lane 4, Wood of Taylor. Lane 5, Burton of Marion. Lane 6, First of Spring Arbor. Lane 7, Mitchell of Huntington. Lane 8, McKenzie of Indiana Wesleyan. And lane 9, Cole of St. Francis. Attention to the hurdle workers. Would you please start moving the hurdles around the back of the track so we can have those set for the 400 hurdles? At this time, if you are a hurdle worker, could you please, on the outside of the track, move those hurdles around to the back stretch? Thank you.
I got my headset saying no, they group them based off these individuals. Because then they'd be three. No, that doesn't work. Okay, that makes sense.
Once again, a reminder, if you are not an entrant, we need you off the track. We're getting very congested around the starting line here. And if you are one of the runners, please give the starter some area here. Once again, we need everyone to back off so the starters can get the full view of what's happening here at the start line. On your mark.
pace, girl. Come on.
Our number 1 seed in the middle of the track, Burton from Marion out in front early.
Anna Marie. Go, Anna Marie! Let's go, Anna Marie!
200 meters to go, and Tina Burton of Marion is out in front. Final 100 meters. Tina Burton is in the lead. Family round out the second.
Come on, Anna Marie!
First place, first and second place will go to Jaden First of Spring Arbor. 58:03, the winning time for Burton. Third and final call for the men's 400-meter dash. Third and final call men's 400-meter dash. Second call women's 100-meter dash. Second call women's 100-meter dash. First call men's 100-meter dash. Our next running event on the track will be the men's 400-meter dash. We will run this in 3 sections. The NAIA qualifying time, the A qualifying standard is 48.3. The B standard is 48.5. Crossroads League record was set by Leja 2014 with a time of 48.06. Section 1, lane 1, Quebec of Spring Arbor, lane 2, Gibbs of Huntington, lane 3, Climont of Taylor, lane 4, Bagley of St. Francis, lane 5, Stewart of Mount Vernon Nazarene, lane 6, Plattner of St. Francis, lane 7, Timpey of Indiana Wesleyan, lane 8, Maxwell of Bethel, and lane 9, Ratliff of St. Francis.
But that's still like 4 days. Like, what are you doing? Watching that too. And what's his name? On your mark. He just went off. That's what I had a couple guys watching it. We were like, well, what about Bill Russell 3? And then he repeated like the same name. We're like, oh my God. Oh, was it Steve Jackson? Or was it Mark Jackson? It was Mark Jackson. He's talented. He's saying, right, like he was all, like without the injuries, he does have a chance to be in that discussion. Yep. But, I mean, I think they took it wrong with what he was saying. But what's the point of saying that unless they're trying to say he's one of the second season ever? Yeah, he was saying that when it's all said and done, he's not in that conversation. Yeah. His inside out section. Right.
Bethel's Maxwell getting a really good start on the outside of the track with 200 meters to go. Back in appears that St. Francis may have gone 1 and 2 in that section. Plattner in first and Bagley in second. Here are your entrants for the second section of the men's 400-meter run. Spring Arbor, lane 2, Taylor of Goshen, lane 3, Northwest of Mount Vernon Nazarene, lane 4, Creighton of Marion, lane 5, Connor of Mount Vernon, lane 6, Bullock of Marion, lane 7, Kepler of Indiana Wesleyan, lane 8, Smith of Goshen, and lane 9, Farrell of Bethel. Entrance for the second section of the men's 400. Ladies and gentlemen, in the infield, we've been told by the starters we cannot start another race till we get some of the folks who are just viewing the races and are not involved to please leave the infield at this time because we have such a congregated area down there. We cannot have the starters of the officials see what is happening. So please, if you are not a participant, please leave the area. Thank you.
On your mark. Set. Like hitting that 3 at the end against Marion and be like, oh, no, we got to redo that. Yep.
We have a DQ of Creighton in lane 4 for Marion.
I like watching it. Well, it's like the most, it's the original.
On your mark.
lane number 8. With a time of 50.54. Here are your entrants in the final section of the men's 400-meter dash. Lane 1, Miller of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 2, DePriest of Huntington. Lane 3, Buckeridge of Marion. Lane 4, Robinson of Taylor. Lane 5, Saka of Taylor. Lane 6, Ferry of Bethel. Lane 7, Ellens of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 8, Vincent of Marion. And Lane 9, Zachary of Huntington.
Being back here.
Nice to get throw it back far. It's kind of a cool event to watch. Is the ground like blowing up when it hits?
All the way back here. I'm like, somebody aimed it right at me and it was like flying.
Yeah.
And I wasn't paying attention.
On your mark. Our next running event on the track will be the women's 100-meter dash finals. The A standard is 11.98. B standard is 12.12. Carrie has the record in the Crossroads League with a clocking of 11.92, set in 2013. Here are your entrants for the finals in the women's 100. Lane 1, Klein of Taylor. Lane 2, Mills of Berrien. Lane 3, Saka of Taylor. Lane 4, McFarland of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 5, Clevenger, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Burton of Marion. Lane 7, Emory of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 8, Simmons of Marion. Lane 9, Campbell of Grace.
.92. Thank you again for joining us. Pleased to bring you this coverage from Indiana Wesleyan University, the crew from WIWU-TV. Like to hear from you. You can post if you're watching on our Facebook Live channel. That's on WIWU-TV. And you can just post a comment. If you'd like to send us an email, wiwutv@gmail.com, or you can hit us up on Twitter @WIWUTV. Either of those would be fine. We'd just like to know you're out there and watching. First time we've hosted this competition with video feed. And we want to say thank you to all the great crew that's standing out there in 52-degree weather, especially the camera people. Lots of people huddled up, but the camera people are out there with all the wind on them. At least it's not raining. But do send us a comment. I'd like to hear from you on Twitter @WIWUTV, Facebook Live, WIWUTV is the name of the page, or you can email us, wiwutv@gmail.com.
Second place, Indiana Wesleyan, 97. And your leader in the men's competition, Bethel, 116.5 points.
Well, you may have heard that in the distance from house announcer Jim Brunner, but we'll give you an update again on the team scoring. For those of you following that. Right now on the men's side, Bethel, with a couple of strong finishes in the most recent events, is on top with 116.5 points. At number 2 with 97 points, Indiana Wesleyan, and number 3, Taylor, with 90 points. On the women's side, your top 3, Taylor women at 128 points, Indiana Wesleyan 123.5 points, and Marion with 116 points. And a couple of speed events coming up, as you may be aware, that will shift those things. So we'll watch that throughout the afternoon. Right now, the team competition is very close on the women's side. A little bit of a gap more on the men's side. But Indiana Wesleyan in second on both of those. Taylor in first, and Bethel in first on the men's side. Setting up for the women's 100 meters now. Let's give you the lane assignments as those athletes are in position. One section only. They'll run this, and it will be the final. Lane 1, Klein of Taylor. Lane 2, Mills of Marion. Lane 3, Saka of Taylor. Lane 4, McFarland of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 5, Clevenger, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Burton of Marion. And lane 7, Emory of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Crossroads League record 11.92, fastest qualifying time today. Clevenger of Indiana Wesleyan, the freshman, she will be in lane 5. This is always a fun one. They'll go very fast. They'll finish right in front of our reviewing stand here and right in front of our cameras. Should be a fun one for the crowd, too. Keep watching closely. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. There they go. Kleppinger, lane 5, running strong. Right next to her teammate, Indiana Wesleyan 1-2. If I can see that here. Look like McFarland and Kleppinger 1-2. McFarland at 12.16, Kleppinger at 12.35. And unofficially,
McFarland 1 and Kleppinger 2 from Indiana Wesleyan.
1 and 2, Indiana Wesleyan on that. Will be interesting for the point standings. And if I see this right, looks like Marion in 3rd. And that was probably Burton, if I read that right. Marion in 3rd place. Great finish. 1 and 2 for Indiana Wesleyan, which will probably flip those team standings. Will probably flip those team standings and put Indiana Wesleyan's women on top, at least for now. McFarland, Kleppinger, and then Simmons for Marion in 3rd.
Lane 2, Torek of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 3, Creighton of Marion. Lane 4, Jones of Bethel. Lane 5, Pearland of Marion. Lane 6, Hammer of Marion.
And that will set up for the men's 100.
Of Marion. Lane 8, Arl of
They get in position.
Lane 9, Shealy of Grace. Men's 100 meter
Men will be a little faster. The Crossroads League record set in 2011 is 10.58, so just under 11 seconds for this. In AIA Standard A, 10.6. And the B standard, as these athletes try to get ready for national competition, is 10.71. And here are your lane assignments. For the men's 100 meter, lane 1, Bronner of Grace. Lane 2, Torek of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 3, Creighton of Marion. Lane 4, Jones of Bethel. Lane 5, Pierman of Marion. Lane 6, Hamer, Marion. Lane 7, Ramsey Jr., Marion. Lane 8, Barrow, Huntington. Lane 9, Shield of Grace. If you heard Marion a lot in that, this is based on yesterday's qualifications. 4 runners from Marion in the field of 9. Fastest times to get to this point: Pierman, Hamer, both of Marion. They will be lane 5 and 6. Could have an all Marion finish. Unless someone runs the race of their life today, could have an all-Marion finish 1, 2, and 3 based on their qualifying times. Clean start, here we go, men's 100. Marion right in the middle as we expected. Bethel closing with it though, staying right there very fast. Marion looks like 1, Marion 1, Marion 2, and Huntington 3. I'll have to see that one on video because from our vantage point here, we did not see the runner from Huntington. Marion's Pierman finishes that one first. From our vantage point, it looked like the runner from Bethel was in the mix. Maybe he got 3rd, very close there. Actually would like to see that one again to see, even slow that replay down if we could see exactly how that finished. Pyramid of Marion, Hamer of Marion, and Bethel Jones 3rd. There's Marion, Bethel. Okay, good replay there. Knew the runner from Bethel was having a strong race. Didn't quite see the finish there. So Pierman, Hamer, Marion, and then Bethel
Our next running event will be the women's 800
be
meter
Corey
run.
Jones
We'll run this
in
in 4
third.
sections. The NAIA standard is 2:14.4.
Top speed 10.74, not a new record.
2:16 flat.
A great race anyway.
Crossroads League record was set by Weaver in 2010.
There's that finish.
2:14.65. Here are your entrants.
Just a step away there for Hamer for second. Might have been by a nose or a hand. Congratulations there to Marion for 1 and 2.
Herring of Marion and lane 6, Trier of Grace.
And Corey Jones of Bethel in third place. We're now going to have the 800 meters women's final. This will be another multiple section race. Section 1, they'll do 2 laps here. Section 1, Goss of Grace in lane 1, Tuckerman of Spring Arbor 2, lane 3, Rexroth of Grace, lane 4, Durr of Huntington, lane 5, Herring of Marion, and lane 6, Trier of Grace.
So that the starter can see.
Crossroads League record here, 2:14. They'll do 2 laps, and we will run 4 of these.
On your mark. Up and running in the first section of the women's 800 meter run.
Women's 800 meter, first of 4 groups. The early lead appears to be taken by Durr of Huntington. Only 6 racers in this of 4, one of 4. Durr of Huntington, Aspen Durr, the senior, comes up on the bell lap almost by herself. She did not post a qualifying time, but looks like she's going to win this group.
Fourth place is
3 runners from Grace, and then the runner from Spring Arbor in the rest of the pack.
Our leader has 100 meters to go. Out in front, this is Aspen Durr of Huntington.
Aspen Durr of Huntington running all by herself, about half the lap, ahead of everyone else. 2:16.46, 2:16.46. A great time for her. We'll see if how that finishes as we get through 4 of these races. Your leaders in the last grouping are posting times in the neighborhood of 2:14 and 2:15, but Aspen Durr there, a great personal best, probably 2:16.46. And we'll line up for the second section. Let's give you the assignments there. Lane 1, Von Gutten of Huntington. Lane 2, Adams of Grace. Lane 3, Harper of Spring Arbor. Lane 4, Kearns, Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 5, Moran, St. Francis. Lane 6, Dudley of Marion. Lane 7, Smelzer of Huntington. Lane 8, De La Cruz of St. Francis. Lane 9, Vasquez of Marion.
Second section of the women's 800 meters. Again, Aspen Durr has put up a heck of a time in that opening section with a clocking of 2:16.
His third group approaches the bell lap. Very close, very closely grouped. Appears to be a pack there. St. Francis, Grace, and Spring Arbor, 1, 2, and 3, closely bunched. Now with the bell lap, see how they stretch it out. It's Mackenzie Adams of Grace. They're running out front with Ariana Moran of St. Francis right there with her, maybe making a move. As they come up on 200 meters to go. On the outside, Jasmine Harper of Spring Arbor also making a move, trying to figure out what they have left on this second lap. Now Adams of Grace stretches out ahead of the pack for the first point. She's got a kick. Now who's going to make second and third position in this group?
100 meters to go for our leaders.
Mackenzie Adams of Grace still way out in front. Now right behind her, Von Gunten of Huntington. Close race for third. Looks like Kearns of Mount Vernon perhaps gets that third position. Yes, Kearns third, Adams first, Von Gunten, Huntington. A little bit of surprise here in the first grouping, which is what you sometimes think of as the slowest. Remember, Aspen Durr put up about a 2:16. So right now, the mark to beat was in the first grouping. So let's give you set up for the third grouping of four. Lane 1, Noyes of Taylor. Lane 2, Frieden of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 3, Whistle of St. Francis. Lane 4, Nyson of Bethel. Lane 5, Hernandez of St. Francis. Lane 6, Rutkowski of Spring Arbor. Lane 7, Wise of Spring Arbor. Lane 8, Blagg of Taylor. Lane 9, Steiner of Bethel. Again, fastest mark so far, surprisingly, Aspen Durr in Group 4 with the 2:16. They're off for this third of 4. The stretch now. Naomi Noyes of Taylor coming up front. Kendra Frieden, Indiana Wesleyan 2. Noyes put up a 2:23 to get here. She is in the third group out of 4. See what she does coming down the bell lap. Two runners behind her, not that far back. Seeing a bit of a move there from St. Francis. That would be Hernandez. He's run several other races today, as have most of these competitors. Hernandez and Frieden close. Hernandez makes a move on Noyes on the outside. Said that was Hernandez. Perhaps we were wrong. I think it was Whistle of St. Francis. And she is going to win this thing. Now it looks like Noyes 2 of Taylor and Frieden of Indiana Wesleyan 3rd. A great race by Whistle of St. Francis. She drops at the end. And there's her teammate Hernandez, trying to get her to stand.
Section of the women's 800-meter run. Here is your lineup. Lane 1, Jankowski of Bethel. Lane 2, Sprinkle from Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 3, Crosby of Taylor.
So once again, Durr posted a faster time in Group 4 than we've seen the rest of the field do at this point. Whistle did a 2:19, Durr did a 2:16.
Lane 9, Duval of Bethel.
See the finish there. And now we'll get what we expect to be the fastest part of the field lining up for this fourth group. Lane 1, Jankowski of Bethel. Lane 2, Sprinkles of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 4, Crosby of Taylor. That's lane 3, lane 4, Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 5, Brennan of Taylor. Lane 6, Simek of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 7, Gerber of Mount Vernon Nazarene as they start. Lane 8, Preston of Mount Vernon. And lane 9, Duval of Bethel. Fastest time, number 1, Emma Jankowski of Bethel. 2:13 is what she has run in the past. Watch for 1 and 2 as they come off their stagger, now taking position. Going out right in front is the runner. Is that Rachel Gerber? No, that is Addison Preston from Mount Vernon taking the early lead. But Jessica Sprinkles from Indiana Wesleyan now is seeming to be trying to pass her on the outside. Freshman from Mount Vernon went out early very, very quickly. Now as they settle in for positioning, Jessica Sprinkles, the junior from Indiana Wesleyan, moving comfortably in lead as they go into the final lap. Right back there, Jankowski from Bethel. These will be your fastest times in the group. Jankowski from Bethel now taking the lead. She's right there with Sprinkles, 1 and 2, just as they were seated. Now separating a little bit from the field as the freshman from Mount Vernon fades. Jankowski right out in front, but right there with her, Jessica Sprinkles. They're going to fight for it all the way down the stretch. We're about 200 meters to go. They're pushing each other. Jankowski gets a little bit of separation, and now a lot of separation from the pack. It's these two by themselves.
Come on, Jesse.
Jessica Sprinkles looking for something as they come down the straightaway. Jankowski's right there. Sprinkles making a move. It's going to be close as they come down the line. Sprinkles tries to find something, but Jankowski has the kick. And she is going to finish 1, Sprinkles 2, and Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan 3rd. Your time, 2:13.04 for Bethel's Jankowski, 2:13.04, 2:13.74 for Sprinkles of Indiana Wesleyan. So 1 and 2 finished just as we expected, with times that we expected. And unofficially, Jankowski will be your winner of the field with the best time of today from those 4 groups. Very close finish here. Looked like Sprinkles was going to have something right there at the end. But Jankowski was more than equal to the task as Sprinkles challenged. Great finish for the 800. And now we set up for the men's 800, which will also be run in 4 sections.
Crossroads League record. Congratulations to our winner, Emma Jankowski of Bethel. Third and final call for the men's 800-meter run. Second call for the women's 400-meter hurdle. First call men's 400-meter hurdle. We'll be running 4 sections in the men's 800-meter run. Section 1, Weaver of Goshen, Agnew of St. Francis, Portick of Goshen, Swartz of Bethel, and Aaron of Huntington. The A standard.
And we'll set up for the men's 800 meter. Again, this will be in 4 sections. We'll start out with section 1 of 4. Lane 1, Weaver of Goshen. Lane 2, Agnew of St. Francis. Lane 3, Kipradich of Goshen. Lane 4, Schwartz of Bethel. Lane 5, Ayers of Huntington. Clean start, and we're off. We're looking for times close to 149, 140, 150. For league records, 152.5 would be the NAIA qualifying A standard. We'll run 4 of these. We expect this to be the slowest group, but we saw some surprises last time from a couple of those who were in Group 1. Early leader Tyson Agnew from St. Francis goes out way ahead of the pack early.
This is Agnew, St. Francis out in the lead. 1 lap remaining.
Honestly, that's kind of how I exist. That's honestly how I exist.
Coming down the stretch now in this first group of the men's 800. Tyson Agnew went out early, now being challenged by Seth Weaver of Goshen. Doesn't look like Weaver's going to have enough, so in this group, St. Francis 2:05.62 for Agnew, 2:05 for Tyson Agnew.
Second section, here are your
By the time we get around to the fourth section here, we expect to see some time somewhere in the neighborhood of 152, 53 out of the final grouping. 2:05 there for Agnew, the best finisher there.
Lane 8, Wheaton of St. Francis at lane 9.
And let's get you set up for section 2 of 4. Lane 1, Smith of Spring Arbor. Lane 2, Nelson of Spring Arbor. Lane 3, Miller of Bethel. Lane 4, Alexander of Bethel. Lane 5, Ferguson of Taylor. Lane 6, Smith of Bethel. Lane 7, Hardin of Taylor. Lane 8, Wiedenhoft of St. Francis. Lane 9, Bickle of Huntington.
On your mark.
Coming to the final lap, Jalen Alexander of Bethel. Bethel, Taylor, Bethel, St. Francis, or Spring Arbor. If I'm reading that right.
Jalen Alexander Bethel out of front. Taylor Ferguson running in second. 200 meters to go.
Coming down the stretch. Bethel strong, but Marion making a move. Spring Arbor making a move, check that. Yes, Timothy Nelson of Spring Arbor making a move. Taylor's Joey Ferguson, second place. And the runner from Bethel, Jalen Alexander, was out early. He comes in third. Third group.
2 minutes flat for our winner.
2 minutes for the winner of that race. Again, we expect to see some times around 152, 153 as these groups finish.
Everyone in the infield, if you are not a javelin thrower or participating in the 800, to leave that area at this time. We cannot continue the meet under these conditions. So please, if you are in the infield and not a javelin thrower or running in the 800, please at this time vacate that area. Thank you.
Section 3 of 4 races for the men's 800. Lane 1, Slemons of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 2, Balda of Grace. Lane 3, Bellinchon of Marion. Lane 4, Chesterman of Huntington. Lane 5, Hamilton of Grace. Lane 6, Willard of Grace. Lane 7, Feldposh of Spring Arbor. Lane 8, Sharp of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 9, Josiah Sovine of Huntington. Men's 800, third grouping.
Once again, if you are not a javelin thrower or running in the 800, we need you out of the infield. Thank you. Here are your entrants for the third section of the men's 800. Lane 1, Slemons of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Lane 2, Balda of Grace. Lane 3, Belton of Marion. Lane 4, Chesterman of Huntington. Lane 5, Hamilton of Grace. Lane 6, Willard of Grace. Lane 7, Bellspaw of Spring Arbor. Lane 8, Sharp of Mount Vernon Nazarene. And Lane 9, Sovine of Huntington. On your marks.
Clean start, section 3 of the men's 800. Men's 800, section 3. Coming up on the last lap, Chesterman of Huntington, his teammate from Huntington right behind him. It looks to be Marion in third place. And that is Bellinchon of Marion. He's making a move to second already. closing in on the leader.
Bill shot now of Marion moving into second, but our leader is still Elijah Chesterman with 200 meters to go for Huntington out in front.
Chesterman up front as they come into about 100 meters to go. Chesterman getting separation there. And right now, looks like a couple of runners from Grace taking second place over Marion. Chesterman by himself. Grace 2. Mount Vernon Nazarene third, maybe second.
And second place will go to
That looks like Dan Sharp of Mount Vernon. No, check that. Check that. That was Slemons of Mount Vernon Nazarene. With a strong finish there, Slemons of Mount Vernon Nazarene, the first in that group, finishing strong in second. So the last group of 4 now will set up as they come to their positions. This should be the fastest times out of the group. Here's the call now. Section 4 of 4. Lane 1, Lewis of Taylor. Lane 2, Libanag of Marion. Lane 3, Howard, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 4, Wittridge, Spring Arbor. Lane 5, Lott, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Gerber, Taylor. Lane 7, Smith of Grace. Lane 8, Bliley of Marion. Lane 9, Gassaway of Marion. This should be your fastest group. Your winner should come out of this group.
From the outside, this appears to be Nathan Bly taking the lead. That Marion running 1-2 right now.
Now coming down the stretch. Adam Gassaway of Marion, surprisingly strong. Kyle Liwanag of Marion in the second position. Gassaway, who was the 9th seeded competitor in this grouping. Now his teammate, Liwanag, Kyle Liwanag, taking a move, but right there also the runner from Taylor, Shantis Lewis, who was the 1 seed in this group. It's going to be quite a race coming down the stretch here. And Lewis making a move now, and he's going out strong as they approach 200 meters. Strong finish coming up here for both of these competitors, and what a move here by Wittridge of Spring Arbor. Wittridge of Spring Arbor coming from the 4th seed right down the stretch, and he wins it. 154.28. 154.28. 154.28 for Wittridge, coming from several positions back. Very strong finish there.
Lewis of Taylor came in second.
Taylor second. Lewis. And I didn't see third. It's populating on your screen there, of course, what their times were.
Third and final call for the women's 400
Very
meter
good
hurdle.
finish for all the competitors there
Second call
in that final spot.
First call women's 200 meter
Here's
dash.
how it finishes. Wittridge comes in from Spring Arbor and just finishes very strong there. There's Taylor 2 and Grace 3. So that's got to be Kyle Smith of Grace, if I'm reading my notes correctly. Great finish in that 4th grouping. And now we'll get ready for the women's 400-meter hurdles. Take us a little while to set those up. We'll have 2 sections of hurdles. And we'll be back with you as we get that ready.
While we wait for the start of the hurdles, here's an update on the scores. For the women, in 9th place, Grace with 12. 8th place, Huntington with 24. 7th place, St. Francis 33. 6th place, Spring Arbor with 43.5. 5th place, Bethel with 45. 4th place, Mount Vernon Nazarene 47. And your top 3 scores of the women's championship race: in 3rd place, Marion with 128.5. 2nd place, Taylor with 136. And your leader in the women's competition, Indiana Wesleyan, 155.5 points. In the men's race, in 10th place, St. Francis with 4. Goshen with 26. Spring Arbor 27. Huntington in 7th with 34. Mount Vernon Nazarene in 6th with 37. Grace in 5th with 41. Taylor in 4th with 99. And your top 3 teams for the men: in 3rd place, Indiana Wesleyan 101. section of the women's 400-meter hurdles. Lane 3, Spalding of Marion. Lane 4, Casper of Marion. Lane 5, Kemp of Taylor. Lane 6, Richardson of Indiana Wesleyan. And lane 7, Kyle of Spring Arbor. The A qualifying time is 1:03.30. The B standard is 1:04.70. The Crossroads League record was established in 2010 by Kanji with a time of 1:02.30.
All right, while we get ready for the women's 400-meter hurdles, let's update you on the team scores. This is very interesting. On the men's side, your top three: 1 Bethel, 2 Marion, 3 Indiana Wesleyan. Here are the points. Indiana Wesleyan in third position is 101, Marion 113, 1 is Bethel. We'll update that in a moment. Let's get started with the women's 400-meter hurdles. Got lane 3, Spalding of Marion, lane 4, Casper of Marion, lane 5, Kemp of Taylor, lane 6, Richardson of Indiana Wesleyan, lane 7, Kyle of Spring Arbor. We will run 2 of these for the 400-meter hurdles. This is 1 of 2. Women's 400-meter hurdles. As they come around the lap off their stagger. Indiana Wesleyan's Lena Richardson in the lead right now, but still 2 competitors from Marion, Spalding and Casper, are closing. Come around in the final 200, they'll straighten out. The hurdles will be together. We'll get a better idea of where these 3 will be positioned. And as they're together, Richardson of Indiana Wesleyan coming down the hurdles, but Marion's close. Spalding of Marion looks to be finishing there. Richardson of Indiana Wesleyan. And Casper of Marion in third.
And it is Spalding of Richardson. And 109 is your winner of the first section. Section 2, lane 1, Scoot of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 2, McFarland of
Mark of 109 by Spalding of Marion in that match, and we'll go to group 2. Expect to see some times more like 106, 105 in this group. Lane 1, Schoon of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 2, McFarland of Huntington. Lane 3, Machino of Spring Arbor. Lane 4, Dwyer of Marion. Lane 5, Wilkins, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Lefebvre of Indiana Wesleyan. Ruby of Mount Vernon Nazarene in 6 or 7, 8, lane 8. As you see the close there of that one. As Marion finishes there, lane 8, Gowans of Bethel. And lane 9, Mack of Grace. This will be your second section of the women's 400-meter hurdles. Should see your closer times here. The Crossroads League record is a 102.30. We have Carly Wilkins of Indiana Wesleyan right in the middle of the pack at lane 5, who has posted a 105.38 coming in to qualify for this competition. So your challengers, your best time should come from the middle of the pack, 4, 5, 6 lanes. Watch closely as they come around to the straightaway. We were giving you those scores. Right now, Indiana Wesleyan is comfortably in the team lead, so another win here in these hurdles would help them. When Indiana Wesleyan's women 155.5 in the team competition. Taylor is in second with 136 points. Marion in third with 128. So a lot of team points on the line as well as individual scores. Clean start. Keep an eye on the middle. Lane 5, Carly Wilkins of Indiana Wesleyan. Her teammate, Carly Lefebvre, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 4, Dana Dwyer of Marion. That should be your matchup. We'll get a better picture of this. Right now, they're affected by the stagger. Appears to be Gowans of Bethel in the lead, but that will tighten up as they come around the curve. We've got 2 Carlys for Indiana Wesleyan contending. Now they're coming down the stretch. Look at Dwyer from Marion. It's going to be Dwyer, Marion's Dwyer, and Wilkins of Indiana Wesleyan. Wilkins now pours it on down the stretch out of the last hurdle. Wilkins, Indiana Wesleyan. Dwyer, second. And Machino of Spring Arbor in third. A 104.42 put up by Wilkins. 104.42. Her best time of the season. And the winner clearly in this competition, at least unofficially. Carly Wilkins of Indiana Wesleyan. And also another good finish for the Indiana Wesleyan in the team points. As we were giving you those, it's Marion in third, Taylor second, Indiana Wesleyan in first. Here you see Carly Wilkins, the junior from Indiana Wesleyan, very comfortably in front. Dwyer, their second. And a little bit of a surprise, but not entirely, Machino from Spring Arbor in third. They all had very good qualifying times, and I think they outran their times today, which is what you want to see happen in the championship. Now in the men's 400-meter hurdles. We'll do a slight reset for those.
The A standard is 53.90, B standard 54.65.
We'll wait for the hurdles to be repositioned. We will run 3 of these. First section will have just 4 runners. Parker of Indiana Wesleyan in lane 4. Shelton of Marion in lane 5. And in lane 6, Griffith of Bethel.
Parker, Indiana Wesleyan, lane 4, Shelton, Marion, lane 5, Griffith, Bethel, lane 6.
Clean start for the first of 3 groups. 3 runners in this grouping. Early lead by Griffith of Bethel. Second place, Parker of Indiana Wesleyan.
Right now, it looks like Hector Griffith of Bethel on his front.
Down the stretch, Bethel, Indiana Wesleyan, Marion far in the distance.
In lane number 6, Griffith, your winner.
Griffith of Bethel winning this grouping,
Winning time of 55.52.
55.52 for Griffith.
Here are your entrants for section number 2.
Crossroads League records at 52.46. We don't have any times close to that in our last grouping. We'll get ready now for group 2 of 3. Lane 2, Edwards of Huntington. Lane 3, Kramer of Taylor. Lane 4, Bim of Spring Arbor. Lane 5, Sage of Spring Arbor. Here's the end of that previous one. Lane 6, Johnson of Huntington. Lane 7, Alonzo of Bethel. Lane 8, Mitchell of Marion. Lane 9, Black of St. Francis. Saw the end of that one. Now we will have 8 competitors in this second grouping, and then 9 runners in the last section. Again, we run all 3 races, take the best times from all of them. But your last grouping should be the fastest of the day. We just saw a 55.52. We've got some runners in our last group who have posted under 55 for this particular race. So we'll see first of all how this second grouping does. Clean start, men's 400 meters, group 2. halfway mark. Marion's appears to be out front. That's Nicholas Mitchell. Get a better idea as this straightens out. Now a move by the runner from Bethel. That would be Alonzo. On the inside, is that Huntington? Perhaps Taylor. Colin Kramer. Two runners from Spring Arbor right behind Kramer. Does hold on. Spring Arbor 2 and 3. 57.27. 57.27. That's not as fast as the mark put up by the winner of the previous race, 55.52. See, Kramer makes that move near the end. Holds on for the end after the last hurdle. Now we'll get ready for the third grouping, which should be our fastest of this match.
Lane 6, Anthony of Taylor. Lane 7, Barnett of Marion. Lane 8, Klauser of Indiana Wesleyan. And lane 9, Coachman of Mount Vernon Nazarene.
Okay, folks, on the inside, before you get comfortable, you're going to need to move, so you may as well go now.
All right, our last group of the men's 400 meter. Lane 1, Bollinger of Bethel. Lane 2, Robertson, Huntington. Lane 3, Myers, Marion. Lane 4, Mott of Bethel. Lane 5, Felger of Grace. Lane 6, Anthony of Taylor. Lane 7, Barnett of Marion. Lane 8, Klauser of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 9, Couchman, Mount Vernon, Nazarene. Look at the middle of the pack again. Felger, Anthony. These should be your top times, and Mott. Bethel, Grace, Taylor, lanes 4, 5, and 6.
Final section of the 400-meter hurdle.
Fast start for this last group of the three. Closing now from Grace. As they come across, the runner from Grace appears to be in the lead. Some closing from Anthony of Taylor. That's Felger of Grace, the freshman, competing with Taylor. Anthony of Taylor pushing towards the end. He's got it. Caleb Anthony of Taylor posting a 5.4.22. 5.4.22. Great finish there as Anthony closes right at the end. But a fantastic race from the freshman from Grace, Dylan Felger, right in the middle of the pack there in lane 5.
Third and final call for the women's 200-meter final. Second call, men's 200-meter final. First call, women's 5,000-meter run. Next running event is the women's 200 meters. The A standard is 24.75.
Great finish there down to the stretch. You can see it there as Caleb Anthony really waits to the last 30 or 40 feet to pass there.
Here are your entrants.
Puts up a 5.422, clearly the best race, best time in this section. And we'll stand by now and set up for the women's 200 meters. Take us a few minutes to move the hurdles off the track, so we'll take a break. Stay with us. You're watching Crossroads League coverage on IW Wildcats and various streams, Stretch Internet, Facebook Live, wherever you're joining us. Thank you. And we've got a couple more hours for you of running events as we wrap up this Crossroads League competition. Stay with us.
Once again, Burton in lane 1, Campbell lane 2, Clevenger lane 3, Simmons lane 4, McFarland lane 5, Gibson lane 6, Burton lane 7, Robb lane 8, and Saka lane 9. This is the finals, the women's 200-meter dash.
All right, they're setting up for the women's 200-meter dash. This will be a final. No sections. They're all running at the same time. I'll give you the lane assignments as the ladies find their position. Lane 1, Jada Burton of Marion. Lane 2, Campbell of Grace. Lane 3, Clevenger, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 4, Simmons of Marion. Lane 5, McFarland, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 6, Gibson, Marion. Lane 7, Burton of Marion. Lane 8, Roth of Bethel. And Lane 9, Saka of Taylor. Again, be looking at lanes 3 through 7. Indiana Wesleyan, Marion, Indiana Wesleyan, and Marion. These are your best qualifying times in the preliminaries yesterday. And that's probably where your top finishers are going to be. We had qualifying times yesterday. As lowest was McFarland of Indiana Wesleyan with a 2.5.33. The league record 2.4.67 set in 2006. And they will be starting on the far side of the track from the grandstand and then finishing right in front of us, as they have been all afternoon. There's the competitors as they set up. Looking for someone to go under 25 seconds. Perhaps today. That would be a fantastic mark. NAIA standard A is a 24.75. The B standard is 24.93. Clean start. Women's 200. They'll come down the stretch. See how they line up. Look for McFarland, lane 5. Now taking it strong to the middle. McFarland is the top, being chased by Marion, but McFarland's looking strong. Her teammate is there. McFarland wins. Looks like maybe Kleppinger of Indiana Wesleyan was second or third. It's Marion 1, Grace 2, Kleppinger 3 for Indiana Wesleyan. So first and third for Indiana. Now check that. Updated results have 1 and 2. Very close there. There's Farland and Kleppinger. Okay. 1 and 2 for Indiana Wesleyan. Congratulations. That will help them in the team standings. McFarland posting a 25.13, 25.13 for McFarland. Now they'll get in position for the men's 200 meters. Again, Crossroads League record in this event, 21.27, set in 2006.
B standard is 21.62. Record is held by King, set in 2006. The clocking of 21.27. Here are your entrants. Lane 1, Sperry of Bethel. Lane 2, Ramsey Jr. of Marion. Lane 3, Jones of Bethel. Lane 4, Torque of Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 5, Pyramid of Marion. Lane 6, Hamer of Marion. Lane 7, Schley of Grace. Lane 8, Downs of Bethel. And Lane 9, Farrell of Huntington.
Okay, the men's 200 meter. As they line up, lane 1, Travis Sperry of Bethel. Lane 2, John Ramsey of Marion. Lane 3, Corey Jones of Bethel. Lane 4, Jackson Torek, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 5, Austin Pierman of Marion. Lane 6, Matthew Hamer of Marion. Lane 7, Martin Scheel of Grace. Lane 8, Jordan Downs of Bethel. And lane 9, Abneil Barrow of Huntington. Great shot there from our crew. Starting point for the men's 200 meter. First time we've been able to cover this event with our production truck, so we were learning new camera positions in this facility. Excited to host this event. Clean start for the men's 200. Look to the middle of the field for your fastest times. Austin Pierman of Marion, perhaps. Pierman is in the middle of the track. His teammates close by. Pierman pulling it out strong. Bethel closing, could be 2. Looks like it. Pierman Austin Pierman of Marion's finishing 2:1.48. 2:1.48. Downs of Bethel second. There's the finish again. Downs of Bethel very strong there in the second. Great finish there for Marion's men. Bethel and then Marion coming back at third, so that will help their standings in the team points today. And now we'll get ready for the women's 5,000 meters. Take us a little bit, get the track set for that. Well, they are lining up, so we'll go ahead and call those names as we get prepared for that. See them lining up. They'll be on the track a while. This is about an 18-minute race. Position 1, Hardin Taylor. Position 2, Bloomel of Taylor. Position 3, Harper of Spring Arbor. Position 4, Rojas, Indiana Wesleyan. 5, Schroeder Taylor. Number 6, McKirkin of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 7, Cowanhoven, Indiana Wesleyan. Position 8, Newhart of Marion. Lane 9, Christina Majors, Indiana Wesleyan. 10, Cunningham of Marion. 11, DeTulio, Mount Vernon Nazarene. 12, Svers of Grace. 13, Dawson of Marion. 14, Norris of Huntington. 15, Brown of Mount Vernon Nazarene. 16, Romero of Bethel. 17, Bose of Spring Arbor. 18, Wygant of St. Francis. 19, McAllis, Spring Arbor. 20 of Carrier of Indiana Wesleyan. 21, Emory Goshen. 22, Shoemaker of Spring Arbor. And 23, Gimri of Taylor. Those are your seedings. Top score, Crossroads League record, 17:52.90 set in 2004. Sarah Hardin of Taylor has qualified with a 17:32, so we could see that record broken today if Hardin or someone else can get that mark. They'll be running a while. We'll stay with it.
Here are your beat scores with everything on the board except for the 5,000-meter runs and the 400-meter relay. For the women, 10th place, Goshen with 6. 9th place, Grace with 16. 8th place, Huntington 24. 7th place, St. Francis 33. 6th place, Mount Vernon Naz with 47. 5th place, Spring Arbor 49.5. 4th place, Bethel with 56. And your top 3 women's teams in 3rd place, Taylor 146. 2nd place, Marion 157. And your mean leader for the women, Indiana Wesleyan 206.5 points. For the men, 10th place, St. Francis with 4. 9th place, Goshen 26. 8th place, Spring Arbor 27. 7th place, Huntington 36. 6th place, Mount Vernon Nazarene 37. 5th place, Grace with 52. 4th place, Indiana Wesleyan 108. 1, 2, 3. And last to go is the women's 5,000-meter run. Taylor Brumell out in front from Taylor University. Hardin running second from Taylor, and from Spring Arbor, Harper now in third. Also right there is Rojas from Taylor University and Schroeder from Taylor.
Just one out of many. I don't care if you don't want to talk to me. That's okay to say. I don't want to talk to you. Or you go
Our leader, Rubel, with 6 laps remaining. Right on her tail is Hardin, both from Taylor University, and Schroeder from Indiana. Check that from Taylor University, running 1, 2, 3 right now. And Harper of Spring Arbor is running in 4th. 5th place right now from Indiana Wesleyan University is Rojas. 6th place right now, Newhart of Marion. 6 laps remaining.
Coming up on 5 laps to go in the women's 5,000 meter, Taylor Blumel continues to be leading. And right behind her, Sarah Hardin of Taylor. Both of these racers during the regular season have posted marks below, and that means better than the conference record. The Crossroads League record that has to be set at a league match is 17:52, set in 2004. So if they stay with the pace they've set earlier in the season, they could both break that conference record today.
Those are your top 6. Our winner yesterday in the 10,000 meter run is now coming across the start finish line. Wearing number 1, check it, wearing number 5, that is Schroeder of Taylor. just now across the start-finish line from Taylor. Fourth place, just now coming up from the start-finish line. This is Rojas. Second, that is Harper from Spring Arbor. Now Rojas is fifth. Right next to her, Newhart, Bavarian in sixth. Those are your top six. 2 laps remaining. We have a new leader. It is Sarah Harmon of Taylor with 500 meters to go. Need to start watching the scoreboard. The Crossroads League record in this event is 17:52. And these two young ladies right now are 16:30.
Bell lap now as Sarah Hardin takes the lead over teammate Taylor Blumell. They're both together. They're both in a chance position to break the Crossroads League record, which is 17:52.9, set in 2004. Both of these young ladies have posted times below that earlier this season. So we will probably see a new record if they are on pace with what they've run in the past. Sarah Hardin, Taylor Blumell, both from Taylor. Sarah Hardin will not get the 17:32 that she ran earlier this season. She still has a chance to get a Crossroads League championship record. Sarah Hardin looking strong as she finishes. She tastes that record possibility. Stretching it out with her kick at the end. Just a little bit over that. And Taylor Blumell, very strong. Hardin sets a 17:53.38. Blumell sets a 17:55. And now Olivia Schroeder, who won the 10,000, comes in third. 1, 2, and 3 for Taylor University.
Getting ready to finish now from Spring Arbor. This is Victoria Harper. She will finish in fourth. Fifth place will go to Rojas of Indiana Wesleyan. And now finishing in sixth place, Catherine Newhart of Marion. Seventh place will go to Bankers of Indiana Wesleyan. 4:59 flat. And the Crossroads League record was set by Georgie back in 1997 with a time of 14:37.70. We will have 19 men in the first section, 15 in the second section.
All right, as we wrap up, the women's 5,000 will shift to the men's 5,000. That will be run in 2 sections. Here's an update on the scores, not including the 5,000. The women's competition, 1, 2, and 3, Indiana Wesleyan, Marion, and Taylor, although Taylor will certainly move up after that strong finish in the 5,000. Indiana Wesleyan had 206.5 points, Marion 157, and Taylor 146. On the men's side, Bethel's on top with 166.5 points, Marion 134.5, and Taylor with 111. Men's 5,000 off to a start. First section.
Here are your entrants. Richardson of Spring Arbor, Stott of Spring Arbor, Sullivan of Marion, Bolton of Spring Arbor, Paget of St. Francis, Oliver of St. Francis, Rubette of Grace, Childs of Huntington, Contreras of Bethel, Steiner of Goshen, Fletcher of Spring Arbor, Escamilla of Bethel, Ortiz of Goshen, DeT of Huntington, Hendricks of Huntington, Lake of Taylor, Simon of Grace, Wolford of St. Francis, and Zetas of Huntington. Your 19 entrants in the men's 5,000-meter section number 1. continues to be from Huntington, Adrian Gentee. He has about an 80-meter lead on the field. Running second right now is Lucas Sullivan of Marion, followed by Gary Richardson of Spring Arbor, our top three runners. Gentee still out in front. Sullivan still running in second. Third place right now is Alex Brunet. Now he's being passed by Gary Richardson, so they're battling for third. Our leader, Gentee, now coming up on 6 laps remaining. Sullivan and Marion running in second. Richardson and Spring Arbor running in third. Four-way battle for fourth.
Five laps to go now in the first grouping of the men's 5,000 meters. This is Adrian Gentee of Huntington University, who went out very fast at the start. Appears to be in good shape.
gains to widen that lead on the backstretch.
As you saw, Lucas Sullivan rather, that 2 laps to go, took the lead about a lap ago, and he's now extending it. Lucas Sullivan of Marion, Alex Gentee, who led most of the race, Huntington is now in second.
Axel Pash of St. Francis has now moved into third. Coming down the home stretch, this is your lead coming up on 1 lap remaining, the bell lap for Lucas Sullivan of Marion.
Lucas Sullivan of Marion University heads into the bell lap out in front. We'll be watching his time closely. League championship is 14:37. He's already at that. His best is 16:17. Let's see what he does in the final lap. Meanwhile, Maxwell Pachi of St. Francis has moved into second. And we have another group of this 1,500 meter to run after this. It'll be the faster group of qualifiers. Right now, this race appears to be in the hands of Lucas Sullivan at Marion. But with 2 groups, it's all based on their times as to who wins completely. Lucas Sullivan's going to come through comfortably here. He's got a little bit of kick left, working on his best time. 16:17 is his personal best to beat in this particular day. He's going to beat that comfortably. Lucas Sullivan with a 15:43.75. 15:43. And Gentee of Huntington gets third after leading much of the race.
section of the men's 5,000-meter run. Saxton of Indiana Wesleyan, Roth of Taylor, Smith of Marion, Williams of Indiana Wesleyan, Smith of Taylor, Durek of Marion, Rupert of Indiana Wesleyan, Helmut of Taylor, McKee of Indiana Wesleyan, Paul of Mount Vernon Nazarene, Burkholder of Goshen, Hamlin of Grace, Gephardt of St. Francis, Conte of Marion, and Rankin of Grace. 15 runners in the second section of the 5,000-meter run.
Should be a faster race as we get ready for the second grouping of the men's 5,000 meter. Your top three qualifiers are Jesse Saxton of Indiana Wesleyan with a 15:05, Roth of Taylor with a 15:06, and Connor Smith of Marion with 15:09 as well. So we'll see if they can post faster times, as we expect NAIA standards 14:45 for the A standard. The B standard is 14:59. And the Crossroads League record is a 14:37. All these runners have run right about 15 on the season, so they'll be looking probably to try to get under that a little bit.
laps to go. Saxon and Ross still 1-2. Williams of Indiana Wesleyan, Smith and Taylor, running 3-4. Fifth place right now is Ferris of Marion, and then Rankin of Grace. Same goes for our third and fourth place runners right now, Williams of Indiana Wesleyan and Smith of Taylor. And then we have 5 runners John Ross on Taylor, your leader, with 2 laps to go. Jesse Saxon, Indiana Wesleyan in second. Hunter Smith of Taylor running in third. Jared Williams of Indiana Wesleyan in fourth, all with 2 laps to go. Fifth place right now belongs to Justice Paul Valverde Nazarene. Justin Gephardt of St. Francis in sixth. Alex Hellman of Taylor in seventh.
Coming up on 1 lap to go, Josh Roth of Taylor University, who ran with Jesse Saxton most of the race, then made his move and had the legs for it. He's now going to come into this last lap, chasing history, chasing time. Probably not a mark that will set a new Crossroads League record, but if he can come in under 15, he will look very strong for this tournament and also for positioning for the NAIA Nationals later this month in Gulf Shores, Alabama. About 200 meters to go for Josh Roth of Taylor. Roth looking strong as he finishes with a kick. He will not make it under 15, just a little bit over. Josh Roth of Taylor, 15:02.36. Hunter Smith of Taylor moved to second, and he's pushing for his final time. 15:14 unofficially. Jesse Saxton, who led most of the race, gets fourth for Indiana Wesleyan with 15:20.31. 1-2 Taylor, 3-4 Indiana Wesleyan. Jared Williams crossing in fourth position for Indiana Wesleyan. Good, strong race from a number of competitors. Great finish for the distance runners from Taylor.
All the runners are in, thank you. Third and final call for the women's 4x400 meter relay. We need everybody to move out of the way for the final race coming up. So once again, we need to clear the infield area so we can get this final relay for the women.
And now we'll get ready for the final 2 events of the day. The 4x400 relay, we'll hear from the women first, and then the men. 4x400, wrapping up this Crossroads League
Third and
event.
final call
Stand
for the
by.
women's 4x400 meter relay. Second call for the men's 4x400 meter relay. The NAIA A standard for the women's 4x4 is 355. The B standard is 357.
All right, standing by for the 4x400 relay. We'll give you the lane assignments. 1 is Taylor, 2 Huntington, 3 Spring Arbor, 4 Indiana Wesleyan, 5 Marion, 6 Bethel, 7 St. Francis, 8 Mount Vernon, and 9 Grace. Each runner will do 1 lap around. One of the most watched, anticipated events, that in the 4x100. All your teams watch as they get ready for these final relays, and we'll close out this Crossroads League matchup.
With this last race remaining in the women's totals, Goshen with 6, Grace at 9th with 17, Huntington at 8th with 24, St. Francis in 7th with 33, Mount Vernon Nazarene in 6th with 47, Spring Arbor in 5th with 54.5, Bethel in 4th with 56, and your top 3 teams going into this final event: Marion in 3rd with 160, Taylor in 2nd with 170, Indiana Wesleyan, your leader, with 212.5 points. Testing 1, 2. We need quiet here at the start-finish line so they can hear Mr. Patfield. On your mark.
Be looking for the fast time from Marion. They'll be running in lane 5 in the gold and blue. They posted just under 4 minutes this season as a relay team. Close competition from Indiana Wesleyan in lane 4, Bethel in lane 6. But Marion's your strong contender this particular event, as they have been through all of the speed events. A clean start in the 4x400. Teams all over the track, clear it in the infield anyway, cheering on their teammates. Team standings on the line. Come around as they close their staggers. We'll get a better idea of where they stand as they come down through the straightaway. Expect to see Marion strong as the gaps close. Marion running right in the middle. Indiana Wesleyan in lane 4, Marion 5, Bethel 6. And as they come down the straightaway, Bethel has good strong lead out front there. In position for a handoff here. Marion in 2, exchange clean. Bethel out to the early lead, but Marion closing. Marion's second runner now taking the lead. Second part of this, Bethel work to do. Third position looks to be St. Francis. 4th, Indiana Wesleyan at this point. So many teammates cheering their fellow runners on here. It's hard to follow perhaps some of the camera positions we're in. But now we'll have an even exchange at the line instead of a staggered exchange. So now we have a pretty good idea of where things stand. Looks to be Marion 1, Bethel 2, and Spring Arbor with a good second leg. Closing fast, but fading now. Indiana Wesleyan now coming up to the third position for the handoff. There's the exchange for Indiana Wesleyan. Now third, but Taylor closing quickly on Indiana Wesleyan. Marion 1, Bethel 2 on the third leg. Bethel hanging in there. The speed advantage clearly to Marion at this point. And a very distant third looks to be Indiana Wesleyan with Taylor in fourth. Strong speed, but Bethel hanging tough. As we come into the fourth of this 4x400, we'll see what the closing leg looks like. 1 and 2, Marion and Bethel. Indiana Wesleyan running hard in the third position. Lots of points on the line here between Taylor and Bethel. Almost a tough exchange there. Falling over is the Marion Knight runner, but out of the way of other runners. No exchange problems so far. Could have had a mishap there into the home stretch, but right now Bethel takes the lead on Marion. Surprisingly, Bethel not one of the best posting times into this matchup, but right now Bethel running strong, but Marion coming back. And back in the lead is Marion. Marion now inside. Indiana Wesleyan still holding on to fourth, but St. Francis closing there. 100 meters to go. Marion and Bethel. Tough competition. Indiana Wesleyan's third and fighting for every step. Marion is going to win and post just below 4 minutes, perhaps 3:58.59 for Marion. Indiana Wesleyan third, Bethel second. Bethel 4 minutes and .06, and Indiana Wesleyan 4:03.05. Fantastic close to this with Bethel and Marion fighting for every single step. What a challenge by Bethel. Marion the clear favorite coming into this, but what an incredible challenge by Bethel, running a fantastic race, one of their best races as a team. Bethel has posted a 4:03 this season. This time they go right at 4 minutes. There's that finish. Marion strong. But Bethel also finishing well as a team. And Indiana Wesleyan in third. Be real curious to see how that shapes up with the team standings. At this point, before this race, your team standings for the women had Indiana Wesleyan on top with 212 points and Taylor at 170 points. So the third place finish there for Indiana Wesleyan probably does well for that. On the men's side, Taylor is in third, Marion second, and Bethel in first. Point gaps there, each about a 30-point margin. So we'll see how that finish does now for the women. We'll get those updated for you. And we'll get set up for the men's 4x4.
The B standard is 3:17.70. Crossroads League record established by Indiana Wesleyan last year in a clocking of 3:17.49.
Here's how we'll stack up now in the men's 4x400. Lane 1, Spring Arbor. Lane 2, Huntington. Lane 3, Bethel. Lane 4, Grace. Lane 5, Taylor. Lane 6, Marion. Lane 7, Indiana Wesleyan. Lane 8, Mount Vernon Nazarene. And lane 9 will be Goshen. your Crossroads League record. Remember, Marion women just posted a just under 4 minutes. The Crossroads League record for the men is a 3:17.49. Your best in the field of this particular competition is Taylor with a 3:16.86. But those are early season positioning. We just saw the ladies from Bethel run the race of the season for them and just about challenge Marion. So lots of things could happen if you get close, but we'll be keeping an eye on Grace in lane 4, Taylor in lane 5, and Marion in lane 6. Your top 3 qualifiers at this point. This will be our last event.
Everybody back to the grass area would really help. Thank you. Thank you, Coach Lakes. And again, we'll need silence in the start-finish area because we have runners virtually spread out over 100 meters for this start.
Men's 4x400. Again, Crossroads League record 3:17.49. We have a team on the field that has run a 3:16.86. That's Taylor. They've posted that this season. Haven't seen a lot of league records broken today, but it's possible. Clean start. Keep your eyes on the middle. Won't get a good picture of this until they start to close. Taylor University has the best time, and Taylor's making a move even yet. Barely halfway into this first leg. Closing that stagger quickly. Taylor's right in the middle. Strong there. Indiana Wesleyan just looks like in the 2 position right now. Coming down the stretch, first handoff just ahead. It's Taylor and Indiana Wesleyan. Grace and Marion. First handoff is still staggered. Exchange now. Looks to be clean. Still Taylor in front with Indiana Wesleyan trying to make up ground. And then a distant Marion and Grace squad. A lot of separation there by Taylor. Grace making a move. Appears to be Taylor, Grace. That could be Huntington or Mount Vernon. I think it's Huntington. Bethel 4th. Indiana Wesleyan slips in that, but making a move now, coming around. We'll get a good picture of things now. This exchange will be even across the line. Taylor still ahead, then Grace. Indiana Wesleyan in 4th, but Marion closing fast, and now some more speed potentially as we have the exchange. Stretching it out is Taylor. Taylor being chased now by Grace. Marion in third. Grace takes the lead. Grace starting from the fourth position with a 3:23 this season, so not unexpected, but still, after Taylor opens up such a strong open lead, what a challenge here as they get ready to hand that down to the last exchange and see how these closers can finish this one out. They're waving for the exchange. Grace is ahead. Grace, Taylor, Marion, and Huntington, and Indiana Wesleyan battling for fourth. Indiana Wesleyan coming up fourth position, but right now, Grace way out in front. Maybe an unexpected, maybe a bit of an upset here, but Taylor still got work to do. Grace, Taylor, Marion, and Indiana Wesleyan now in fourth. Taylor still making up speed. The closer for Grace, very long legs, very long strides, but Taylor's got the speed. The teams are clearing him on, and Taylor's going to jump ahead. They're fighting for every single piece of that. Looks like from here it's Taylor. Taylor, Grace, Marion third, Indiana Wesleyan fourth. 3:18.57, 3:18.57, not a league record, but 3:18.57 for Taylor to win this race in the 800. Taylor, Grace both go 3:18, 3:19 for Marion. Very strong race as the teams congratulate their teammates. And before we say goodbye on this match, we're going to try to get you that last update on team points, the all-important team competition. These athletes will get ready for nationals, some of them who have qualified. Here's that finish, and it was down to Taylor and Grace. Just so much speed and stride there. And they were fighting for every part of it by a nose almost. Taylor, maybe a full front of the face, and then Marion in third. One of those times I'm really glad we've got that camera right on the finish line. Fantastic finish to this 4x400. So we'll look for those team points before we say goodbye for those of you following the team competition. So lots of team spirit on these final relays, cheering each other on. It's an individual sport, but it's also a team sport. And Crossroads League bragging rights in track and field for the next year. Good day of competition, couple of days of competition. We thought weather would be a factor. It was in the mix yesterday, but did not stop any events. A number of field events were moved to the Troyer Fieldhouse today as well. But no rain today. Lots of chill, lots of overcast, lots of typical Midwestern spring weather, but these athletes were happy. Nothing delayed by lightning, no severe weather. Able to get in this competition.
kids all the time, give them glasses. They know that people get them and don't get them. You know, the daily living.
Just a moment, we'll be announcing each of the all-conference performers in each event. They'll be receiving awards from our commissioners who are here today. Also, we'll be awarding the team trophies and also announcing the coaches of the year. So hang with us in a second.
All right, we are preparing for the final trophy presentations. For those of you who have stuck around and want to see those, we'll have some announcements. And you can see the video of the top 3 finishers in each category. We thank you for paying attention and staying with us through this Crossroads League coverage. Love to hear from you on Facebook, comment on Twitter at WIWUTV. Facebook page, WIWUTV. You can just make a comment there. Or you can send us an email, wiwutv@gmail.com, wiwutv@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from friends around the Crossroads League and elsewhere who have enjoyed this coverage and would just like to let us know you're out there. Thanks for joining us. For everyone on the team, all the people over the last 2 or 3 days who put this coverage together. I'm Randall King. It's been a privilege. Stay tuned for the award ceremony presentation from Indiana Wesleyan University and the Crossroads League.
What we'll be doing here this afternoon, we'll be running through each of the events, individual and then relay, announcing the top 3 finishers in each event. They'll be receiving their all-conference awards from our commissioner. Larry DeSinclair is here today to pass those out, our commissioner. We thank him. And then we'll be announcing the final team totals and the coaches of the year. So here we go. We will start with the men's 100 and our top 3 finishers and making all conference from Bethel, Corey Jones. From Marion, Matthew Hamer. And our conference champion for Marion is the freshman, Austin Pierman.
Jones in third, Hemmer in second, and Pierman in first. Congratulations to those 3 men, all freshmen, by the way, our top 3 finishers in the 100-meter dash.
Oh my God! I don't even need to know that. I don't even need to know. They should be on the last page.
Now here are the top 3 finishers, the all-conference finishers for the women's 100-meter dash. Third place, Celeste Simmons of Marion. Chelsea Simmons of Marion in third. Ariana Kleppinger of Indiana Wesleyan in second. And our conference champion, Alex McFarland of Indiana Wesleyan. Simmons, Kleppinger, and McFarland, 1, 2, 3, in the women's 100-meter dash. They are all 3 conference runners. In the men's 200 meters, third place goes to Hemmer of Marion. Second place goes to Downs of Bethel. And our winner in the men's 200-meter dash, Pierman of Marion. Matthew Hemmer of Marion, Jordan Downs of Bethel, and Austin Pierman of Marion, your all-conference runners in the men's 200-meter dash. Now in the women's 200-meter dash, third place goes to Raven Gibson of Marion. Second place, Ariana Kleppinger of Indiana Wesleyan. And our winner, Alex McFarland of Indiana Wesleyan. all-conference runners in the women's 200 meters. Men's 400 meters. Third place, Nathan Tippy, Indiana Wesleyan. Second place, Quantavious Bagley of St. Francis. And your winner in the men's 400-meter dash, Taylor Plantner of St. Francis. Or they didn't have them on here, did they? That is not correct, is it? Sorry, we do have a correction on that. We do have a correction on the 400. They don't even have the finals on here. What if he's breaking?
Yeah, these are.
Here are your corrections in the men's 400. Third place is Darrell Robinson of Taylor. Second place is Matthew Saka of Taylor. And your conference champion was Travis Sperry of Bethel. See, I've been reading them down. They've been right here, each one of them.
So those were.
Yeah, that was the 400. So now I got to go to. What scares me is what if somebody up here goes down in here and gets in there? I don't. Let's have to look at the.
Well, I said that one below
See,
everything.
no, the first ones have all been on top. Now all of a sudden they're on the bottom. And what scares me if one of these sneak in here.
Where did they go?
Here, let me go. I'm good. I'm good. I just got to watch the times.
I don't know why it would have moved.
Now for the women's 400 meters. Here are your all-conference runners. In third place, Miriam Wood of Taylor. Second place goes to Jaden First of Spring Arbor. And your conference champion from Marion, Jada Burton. Miriam Wood, Jaden First, Jada Burton, your top three finishers and all conference runners in the women's 400. Now we move on to the men's 800. Third place from Grace, Kyle Smith. Second place, Shantice Lewis of Taylor. And your winner in the men's 800, Max Withridge from Spring Arbor. The race of the day may have been in the women's 800. Making all conference, the third place finisher was Erica Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan. And then the championship was decided by 0.7 of a second, and both of our top two finishers shattered the conference all-time record. So breaking the conference record and finishing in second place with a time of 2:13.74 was Jessica Sprinkles of Indiana Wesleyan. And also breaking the all-time record and now holding the record with a clocking of 2:13.04, Emma Jankowski of Bethel. Congratulations. Here are your top finishers now in the women's 1,500-meter run. Third place went to Karen Hernandez of St. Francis. Second place went to Erica Stutzman of Indiana Wesleyan. And breaking the all-time record and winning the Crossroads League Women's 1,500 meters from Taylor University, Rachel Blagg. Congratulations. Her new conference time, 4:39.71. Now for the men's 1,500 meters. In third place, Stephen Ott of Indiana Wesleyan. Second place goes to Ben Bird of Taylor. And your winner in the men's 1,500 was Daniel Gerber of Taylor University. Top three finishers in the women's 5,000. In third place, Olivia Schroeder from Taylor. In second place, Taylor Brumell of Taylor. And sweeping the top three all-conference performances in the women's 5,000, also from Taylor, your conference champion, Sarah Harden. In the men's 5,000, third place, Jesse Saxton of Indiana Wesleyan. Your runner-up in the Crossroads League track and field men's 5,000 meter run, Hunter Smith of Taylor. And your conference champion from Taylor University, Josh Roth. Now in the men's 10,000 meter run, third place, Connor Smith of Marion. is Chris Maxim of Indiana Wesleyan. And your conference champion from Indiana Wesleyan, Adam Fields. Your all-conference performers for the men in the 10,000 meter run. In the women's 10,000, third place goes to Taylor Brumell of Taylor. Second place goes to Sarah Harden of Taylor. And winning the Crossroads League Conference, Olivia Schroeder of Taylor. Here are now your top three finishers, all conference performers in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Third place from Spring Arbor, Sarah Moschino. Second place from Marion, Tamia Mills. And your conference champion, Plensta Saka, with a new conference breaking time of 14:32. Saka, the new record holder in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Congratulations, ladies. In the men's 100-meter hurdles, all conference performers. Third place from Huntington, Cameron Worsom. Second place from Bethel, Ezra Griffith. And your conference champion from Taylor University, Caleb Anthony. Your all-conference performers in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Next up, your women's 400-meter finalists. In third place, Sarah Moschino of Spring Arbor. Your runner-up in the women's 400-meter hurdles, Dana Dwyer of Marion. And your conference champion for 2019 in the women's 400-meter hurdles, Carly Wilkins of Indiana Wesleyan. Your top performers in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Making all conference and finishing in third place from Bethel, Bailey Mott. Your runner-up in the men's 400-meter hurdles, Dylan Felger of Grace. And your Crossroads League Conference champion for 2019 in the men's 400-meter hurdles, Caleb Anthony of Taylor. Great job, gentlemen. In the men's 300-meter steeplechase, our third place finisher from Taylor University, Connor White. Your runner-up in the conference in the men's 300-meter steeplechase, Landon Miller of Indiana Wesleyan. And your 2019 Crossroads League men's 300-meter steeplechase champion, Hunter Smith of Taylor. Here now are your top performers, your all-conference performers in the women's 300-meter steeplechase. In third place, Giovanni Domine of Taylor. Second place, your runner-up, Hannah Dawson of Marion. And your conference champion, May Elizabeth Gimry from Taylor University. In the relays, in the men's 4x1, third place finish to the team from Huntington. Your team that had the runner-up position in the men's 4x1, the Bethel Pilots. And in the men's 4x1, your champions, Marion Knights.
What happened was the first 4 or 5, it was just off the top, and all of a sudden I ran off the top, and it was the worst finishers of the race. We're good.
Here's one that's got the points if you want to take it home.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Congratulations on our top 3 finishing teams in the men's 4x1. For the ladies in the 4x1, third place goes to the Taylor Trojans. Making all conference and finishing as the runner-up in the women's 4x1 relay, Indiana Wesleyan. And your conference champions in the women's 4x100 meter relay, the Marion Lady Knights. Our all-conference performers in the ladies 4x100 meter relay. And maybe the most exciting race of the week, we go now to the men's 4x400 meter relay. Third place goes to Marion. Our runner-up today in the men's 4x400 meter relay, losing by 3/100ths of a second, Grace. And our Crossroads League champions in the 4x4 relay, winning by 3/100ths of a second, the Taylor Trojans. Your all-conference teams in the men's 4x400 meter relay. Next up, the women's 4x400 meter relay. Finishing in third place, Indiana Wesleyan. Runners-up in the women's 4x400 meter relay, Bethel. And winning the women's 4x400 meter relay, Marion. Your all-conference performers in the women's 4x400 meter relay. Here are your top three performers in all conference teams in the men's 4x800 meter relay. Finishing in third place, the Taylor Trojans. Your runner-up in the Crossroads League men's 4x8 relay, Marion. And your 2019 Crossroads League men's 4x800 meter relay champions, the team from Indiana Wesleyan. All conference performers in the Crossroads League men's 4x800 meter relay. Now the women's 4x800 meter relay. Third place goes to the Huntington Lady Foresters. Your runner-up in the women's 4x800 meter relay, the Taylor Lady Trojans. And your conference champions for 2019 in the women's 4x800 meter relay, the Wildcats of Indiana Wesleyan. Your all-conference performers in the women's 4x800 meter relay. Now we move on to the field events. Your all-conference performers in the men's high jump. Third place from Bethel, Jonah Lester. Finishing in second place, a freshman from Bethel, Jacob Marsh. And your conference champion in the men's high jump, also a freshman from Goshen, Simon Graber Miller. In the women's high jump, third place goes to Lorna Bechtel of Indiana Wesleyan. Second place from Marion, Jylene Norwood. You're not going to be able to give her anything since somebody else got it.
Well, they just gotta give it to her.
Okay. And your champion in the women's high jump with a brand new Crossroads League record of 1.72 meters, Kyra Black of Spring Arbor. In the women's pole vault, top three finishers. Third place from Indiana Wesleyan, Abby Carnes. Your runner-up in the women's pole vault from Marion, Sandy Sledge. And your 2019 Women's Crossroads League pole vault champion, Danielle Rosenkowski from Bethel. In the men's pole vault, your top three finishers, making all conference in third place, Jonathan DeHaan of Taylor. Finishing as the runner-up in the men's pole vault from Indiana Wesleyan, Scott Rathbun. And in the men's pole vault, your conference champion from Bethel, Jordan Downs. In the men's shot put, our third place finisher from Mount Vernon, Joey McDonald.
And they get these kids off the track.
Our runner-up in the men's shot put from Indiana Wesleyan, Brennan Coyle. And our conference champion from Mount Vernon Nazarene, Mitchell Soviak. We move now to the women's shot put. Third place finisher, all conference, from Indiana Wesleyan, Gloria Dean. Our runner-up in the women's shot put from Indiana Wesleyan, Michaela Bailey. And your conference champion in the women's shot put, Paige Suter from Indiana Wesleyan. Men's discus, third place from Mount Vernon Nazarene, Joey McDonald. Your runner-up in the men's discus from Bethel, Bailey Lang. And our 2019 Crossroads League men's discus champion from Indiana Wesleyan, Brennan Coyle. Your Crossroads League all-conference performers in the women's discus. Third place, Paige Suter, Indiana Wesleyan. Runner-up from Indiana Wesleyan, Natalie Clotherman. And your 2019 Women's Discus Crossroads League champion from Marion, Sarah Corbin. Next up, the men's hammer throw. Finishing in third place from Mount Vernon, Tag Eggell. Our runner-up in the men's hammer throw from Bethel, Bailey Lang. And our conference champion in the men's hammer throw from Goshen, Jacob Gerber. Women's hammer throw. Third place finisher from Goshen, Suzette Rodriguez. Our conference runner-up in the women's hammer throw from Indiana Wesleyan University, Gloria Dean. And your conference champion in the women's hammer throw from Taylor University, Brianna Jordahl. Your all-conference performers for the ladies in the hammer throw. Moving on for our top three performers in the men's javelin. In third place from Indiana Wesleyan, Jack Menon. Second place in the javelin goes to Abbott Joy of Grace. And our winner in the javelin from Grace, Thomas Hickerson. Thank you, gentlemen. All conference performers in the men's javelin. In the women's javelin, third place goes to Indiana Wesleyan's Lorna Bechtel. in the women's javelin, Karen Jones of Marion. And our 2019 Crossroads League Women's Javelin Champion from St. Francis, Clista Hellwarth.
There's a man downstairs. He's asking about a check. Did you have anything turned in?
No. Top 3 performers, all conference women's javelin. Men's long jump, 3rd place finisher from Bethel, Jonah Lester. Your runner-up in the men's long jump, also from Bethel, Thomas Jackson. And sweeping the all-conference honors in the men's long jump, your conference champion from Bethel, Jordan Downs. Moving on now to the women's long jump. Your all-conference performers in 3rd place from Mount Vernon Nazarene, Emily Weber. Your runner-up in the women's long jump from Mount Vernon Nazarene, Ely Ruby. And your champion in the women's long jump from Taylor University, Plejate Saka. In the men's triple jump, our 3rd place finisher was from Grace, Isaac Brown. Our runner-up in the men's triple jump from Marion, Chase Maxey. And our conference champion from Bethel, Jordan Downs. One to go, and then we're done. You gotta get this girl thing that they gave her the law.
They're taken care of.
Okay, thank you. I'll just announce her name then.
Just say apologize.
Right. And our final 3 all-conference performers in the women's triple jump. 3rd place from Marion, Jalen Norwood. Our runner-up in the women's triple jump from Taylor, Lena Klein. And our 2019 Crossroads League Women's Triple Jump Champion from Taylor, Miriam Wood. If Aspen Durr of Huntington is still here, we had a follow-up in our computer, and she was the third-place finisher in the 800, so Aspen does make all Crossroads League Conference. Congratulations, Aspen Durr. We'll be getting her awards to her. Okay, time now to name our all-conference coaches, and then we'll be naming the conference champions and presenting the team trophies. So first of all, before we go with the team trophies, let's award the conference coaches of the year. In women's track and field, our conference coach of the year, Caleb Snyder from Indiana Wesleyan. And our conference coach of the year on the men's side from Bethel, Tony Natali. And now the final responsibility that we ask our commissioner to stay around for tonight, a very pleasurable one for him to present the conference championship trophies. Here are your final scores for the women. 10th place Goshen with 6. 9th place Grace with 19. 8th place for the ladies, Huntington with 25. 7th place St. Francis with 37. 6th place Mount Vernon Nazarene 47. 5th place, Spring Arbor, 59 and a half. 4th place, Bethel, 64. 3rd place, Marion, 170. 2nd place, Taylor, 173. And your conference champions for 2019 in women's track and field with 218 and a half points, the Lady Wildcats of Indiana Wesleyan. Ladies, come up and get your trophy. Our commissioner not only handing out the trophy for the Wildcats, but also the banner signifying them as the Crossroads League champions in track and field for 2019. Congratulations, Lady Wildcats. Now on the men's side, your final scores. St. Francis in 10th with 10. Goshen in 9th with 26. Spring Arbor in 8th place with 29. Huntington in 7th with 39. Mount Vernon Nazarene in 6th with 43. Grace in 5th with 79. Indiana Wesleyan in 4th with 134. Marion in 3rd with 142 and a half. Taylor, your runner-up with 144 points. And your conference champions on the men's side, from Bethel, the Bethel Pilots, 172 and a half points. Our commissioner presenting them with their championship trophy and their championship banner. Thank you so much for all the athletes and coaches who participated again this year. For those who are moving on to the national championships, good luck down in Alabama and have a great summer. Have a safe trip home. Thank you, everyone.